give it credit for. Everyone's like, oh, it's got dragons and stuff, but actually, you've got Jace, Soulfire Grandmaster, and Mantis Rider, and all of those, well, they need to be got off the table very quickly.
I think Matt realising this has actually boarded out both his Jace and his Soulfire Grandmasters.
You see Mantis Rider rolling.
There is a Mantis Rider still, but I think he has decided to. The Draconic Roar is too powerful in this matchup.
And it sounds very unusual, but actually, I think this is a matchup that's not for Jace.
Yeah.
As much as we've seen Jace be incredible weekend, actually, I don't think this is a very good matchup for Jace. I think he's just a little bit too slow. And I think Matt's definitely trying to be more proactive. And so, unfortunately, Matt's going to feel the full brunt of the Draconic Roar here. Pete deciding... Pete may have an accelerator, but Mantis Rider is so good against his deck.
Yeah.
He might just decide, actually, no, I'm not gonna take this. I'm gonna let you play your Mantis Rider. I'll get it, and then I'll be able to do my own thing. Try and make you tap your mana because, as you said, counter spells are a thing, and he doesn't want to run the risk of anyone being hit by one.
Exactly. Thankfully, with the
so we see Draconic Roar doing with that.
Yep,
Matt
16.
Down 16, so there was a dragon in hand as well, and there's a Stormbreath Dragon hanging out there already. 3 mana. We see Goblin Rabblemaster.
Wow.
That's a card I did not expect to see.
Definitely not still in the sideboard.
He has, well, 4 copies of the Rabblemaster, and in this position actually looks quite good, because it's going to force Matt to either have a removal spell or have to play a dragon, and Rabblemaster attacks into dragons very well.
Exactly.
So we're going to see Lightning Strike take out the Rabblemaster, leaving up Disdainful Stroke. Good use of mana there. Obviously hitting his 4th land drop very important, but the Goblin token's still going to do some damage, and any amount of damage is good.
Indeed. So interesting that the Rabblmasters are still in. I would have definitely thought they would be coming out. They're just a little too slow in this matchup. You know, Matt obviously playing a lot of burn and a lot of removal. That's very hard to deal with dragons. I'm surprised that he kept them in.
Yeah, I think it's such a good threat there. We see another Rabblemaster joining the table. Obviously, Pete managing to play around Disdainful Stroke, maybe not meaning to, but obviously having his 4th line coming to play tapped, meaning he can play another of the powerful Rabblemaster. And now we're going to see Exquisite Firecraft taking out the Rabblemaster. And these burn spells are out, well, they're playing into Pete's hands because they're being aimed at him.
Exactly.
Not at they're aimed at creatures, not at him. And, well, unfortunately, he might soon be caught out by the Disdainful Stroke in hand. But there's also a Den Protector if he wanted to go down that route as well and play yet again around Disdainful Stroke, because Matt is repping this Disdainful Stroke very, very well at the moment.
Yeah, and I think if you're Pete, you just play the Den Protector and get back a Rabblemaster. Yeah. You know, Matt showing that he's finding it quite hard to actually deal with these Rabblmasters.
Especially when he's having to use quite expensive removal spells to deal with them. Sort of tells you that he doesn't probably have any Anger of the Gods in hand, and tapping out like that, not so good. But we see the morph.
There we go.
In we come. So, I was on tap. Oh no, finds another land. Scrying, and Matt's starting to flood a little bit at this point. We see Disdainful Stroke. We see 2 Disdainful Strokes in hand, and another Lightning Strike. So
it looked like that was a copy of Elspeth on top.
Yeah, Elspeth, very good card. But then this Lightning Strike is going to be doing some. It's going to be under a little bit of pressure. Bear in mind, this is a Den Protector. It attacks your Elspeth very, very well. And if it decides to get back Draconic Roar as well, or I think you should get back the Rabblemaster here. Bait the removal spell, because then your Den Protector is free reign. And with Thunderbreak Regent in hand. Oh, sorry, no, he doesn't have a Lightning Strike. He has the Thunderbreak Regent in hand. That was the card he drew earlier. So he's Disdainful Stroke, Thunderbreak Regent. So he gets back the Rabblemaster. So right now that Rabblemaster is going to be joining us yet again. And Rabblemaster's a way of keeping up with Elspeth a little bit, and we see a Thunderbreak Regent drawn from Pete. Now I think he does have to go with the Rabblemaster here. He's been playing around counterspells for basically the duration of this game.
Exactly. I think he has to just make the Rabblemaster. You know, he's taken this line of keep playing Rabblmasters, keep the pressure up with that. I think if you stop that at any point in time, you're just going to lose the game. And, you know, it's Pete's game to lose at this point.
I don't think you want to be playing into any counter spells.
Not at all.
Because you know the counter spells in the Jeskai deck are, well, there is Ojutai Command.
Yes.
But he hasn't. But if he plays the
hasn't seen
Rabble
that.
Master, no matter what creature he plays, Ojutai Command's going to get it. So we might as well play the Rabble Master because it's the weakest of his threats in terms of a long game, or playing his dragon, or it's the one that has the least number of counter spells that can target it.
Exactly.
And that's the important thing.
Exactly.
And I think that's an important thing when you look at these games is what's. So he's decided actually he's going to go for. I think we might be seeing an attempted Thunderbreak region here. And
Yeah.
we might be a little bit disappointed. So we see land, but if he taps out for Elspeth, then we're going to see a Stormbreath Dragon follow-up. So you see Thunderbreak region here. I think Matt's going to just win more slam this disdainful stroke. Thanks very much. But Matt, all the way down to 5.
Exactly.
It's not a lot of life, and we see the Sun's champion appear, and unfortunately that's another pain of life. That's down to 4. We see Elspeth Sun's champion.
And this is going to be a game.
This is a game. Stormbreath Dragon. Well,
Off the top.
Well, no, Stormbreath Dragon in hand.
Well,
for Pete Ward.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to flick that Stormbreath Dragon very quickly to the front of his hand. He's going to untap, take a draw, and he's just going to play a Stormbreath Dragon. And well, congratulations to Matthew Gregory. Unfortunately, not quite able to go the distance, and Pete Ward marches on.
Yep.
So what we've learnt is that Pete Ward managed to win the games that we thought would be the hardest for him, and lost the one that we thought would be the easiest. But
Indeed.
that's the way Magic goes, and Matt unfortunately stumbled, didn't quite have the draw he needed to. Pete was able to put a lot of pressure onto him.
Yeah, unfortunately for Matt, that game too, he did get stuck on the 3 lands and wasn't able to close out the game from there.
So just gonna bring it back to the booth. John Partridge, Shea Holland, joining you back in, well, it's not the prettiest room in the world. Unfortunately, we aren't in the same venue as we were yesterday. So you'll have to excuse the door and the monitor being sat next to us. Unfortunately, a lot smaller room. The modern GPT was capped at 90 players, so unfortunately there isn't as much room available. So we're in a little storage.
Yep.
Storage cupboard basically. It's a lot bigger than a cupboard, so we're in here at the moment. So a fantastic game of Magic.
Yep.
Unfortunately for Pete, he wasn't quite able to get there. But also there is a benefit. There is a benefit of having this door here. Is we can see who's still playing, and in fact, all 3 other matches are still going.
Wow.
We managed to start them later.
Yep.
And they still finish before everyone else.
Exactly.
But then again, you've got 2 Esper Dragons decks out there,
yep.
and you have a green-white Constellation deck out there.
Exactly.
So let's just say those games are probably going to be quite long.
Yeah.
I mean, what did you make from that game? Obviously, we knew coming into it would be very close. Both players actually, I think, felt they had the advantage.
Yes.
In the matchup, and they were. It was a very interesting discussion we had last night when we were getting food. That both players felt they had an advantage, and unfortunately, one deck struggled a bit. And I think both decks play a very similar game. They're both able to punish bad draws from the opponent, as we saw in game 1. Especially for Pete, game 1 had quite a reasonably bad draw. Didn't really find any of his dragons. Didn't really find any of his powerful spells. Or he was put them in a position where they were too late and didn't really have an impact. And Matt was able to just capitalise and just end the game.
Yeah. Yeah, almost certainly. I mean, in game 1, obviously Matt did Malta 5, but he was still able to close the game out
Malta 6.
Sorry, Malta 6.
It's still a mulligan, and it makes a difference.
Yeah.
He was on the draw.
He was on the draw, so it lessens it slightly, but it doesn't. But he was able to just counter the one threat that Pete played, and that's the important thing. He
was able to counter one threat, and that's sometimes all you need to do is to be able to counter the one threat, and then it makes a difference. And one of those things, and it's one of those very interesting synergies with the decks is that they're both trying to do a similar thing, but both are going about it very different ways. One's playing a slightly more controlling version. One's very much playing a very aggressive version, more burn directed to synergize with dragons. Problem Rabble Master, as an example of a very aggressive card. I mean, Matt obviously deciding not to run Rabble Master's Day to play the Ojutai's Command instead, to go more of the bigger Jeskai Dragons version. And I wouldn't say that at the end of it, any one deck is better than the other. No. I think they're both, after watching that match, both very evenly matched together.
Yeah. So, have a break until the next
round?
I
need to go and have some breakfast. I had to walk a little bit further to the bus than I expected to do this morning. I wasn't able to go around the corner to the normal bus stop. I had to make quite a walk. So we're going to take a quick break. We will be back with the semi-finals.
Yep.
As soon as they are finished outside. As I say, the other matches are still going. We started later, so hopefully they shouldn't be too long. And we'll be back with you as soon as the semi-finals are ready to go.
We apologise if there is an Esper Dragons on camera.
Yeah, there are two.
I think there's a chance that if both Esper Dragons win, then either game will be an Esper Dragons match.
So
and then
the rest of the top 8. So we'll actually go through it. So the 1 versus 8 was Jeskai Midrange, which is more Mantis Rider Rabble Master, versus Esper Dragons, who was the 8th seed. The 2-7 is what we've just watched. Pete was the 2 seed on Green Red Dragons. Matt was the 7th seed on Jeskai Dragons. The 3-6 was Nick Ball on Bant Constellation. Versus Mark Laley on Abzan Aggro Megamorph. Because it's really an Abzan Aggro deck with a Megamorph strategy.
Exactly.
And the 4-5 was Hamza. Roll on the it was the 4th seed on Esper Dragons versus Hamza on Old School Abzan Aggro. Which when we're on Old School Abzan on the 5th seed. Now actually that's a very interesting match. Because I was talking to Steve Bain, who's one of the top 8 competitors, who's on Esper Dragons, and he was a lot more afraid of playing Hamza than playing any of the Hangerback Abzan decks. Because what we noticed, especially on camera earlier, round 2 and round 3, when we had Hangerback Abzan versus Esper Dragons, your opponent goes, okay, I'll play Hangerback Walker on 2. And the opponent on the Esper Dragons, like, almost fist pumps under the table because you've played a 1-1. That's not going to attack for a few turns. Whereas Rakshasha Death Dealer, a 2-mana 2-2.
Start getting in the red zone immediately.
It gets in the red zone and it very quickly ends the game.
It's very hard to kill.
Even Foul Tongue Evocation doesn't always get you there.
Exactly. And also, what's so good about it is it does have this regeneration option. So it can't be cruxed away. It can't be downfalled away. Unless they've tapped out. You know, it's one of those cards that is incredibly tough to deal with.
Bioblight's also very awkward against it because it gets +2/+2 for...
Exactly.
I mean, both of these abilities are for 2 mana. They're no more. It's black-green for both. It's a black-green 2/2.
For black-green.
Black-green...
+2/+2.
+2/+2 and
black-green regenerate.
Now... So that'll be a very interesting match. Now Brownley's on the play.
Yes.
That's the match I'm probably most interested to see the result. Because obviously Hangerback Abzan has made this appearance and is all over the place. Like I would say at least 75 to probably more than 85% of the Abzan aggro decks. So that's 26 players playing Abzan aggro. I'd probably say at least 80 to 90% of those were on Hangerback Abzan.
Yes, probably.
Hamza deciding to go a slightly different way. Deciding to go on Rakshasha Death Dealer, Fleece Mainline, Old School. More heroes downfalls, less versions of anything else. Thanks very much. So, actually, we're going to take a quick break. I think, because we want to get some breakfast. They did say there wasn't really anyone able to go on the camera, so we were looking, but there was no one really to go on. So, we're going to take a break. We'll go see what the results are of the next thing. I'm really looking forward to it, because either there's going to be Abzan Aggro, or Esper Dragons, or Esper Dragons, or Esper Dragons, Esper Dragons. The deck performed fantastically well yesterday. It put 2 people into the top 8.
Exactly.
And both were very similar decks.
Yes.
Everything else, I know there were 2 Jeskai decks, but they're significantly different. No other archetype put 2 decks into the top 8. Abzan, of course, there's so many copies of them that actually, well, we could say there's 2 Abzan decks, the same thing. So, thank you very much for watching.
Thank you.
Jean Patrick Holland. We will join you back very shortly for the semi-finals of coverage here from the WMCQ for Dark Sphere in London. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to coverage of the standard WMCQ here, hosted by Darksphere in London. My name's John Partridge, John by Shea Holland, and we are here for semi-final action. Semi-final, in fact, number 1 of 2. We are going to bring you both semi-finals.
Yep.
Because, well, there's no time constraints, because the modern event's already started. Noise is going on behind us out there. The modern event has now started. We will, as we said yesterday, be bringing you actual coverage of that modern event once we've finished here, and once we've decided our 4th and final member of this year's World Magic Cup team. Match 1, Pete Ward, Mark Laley.
Yep.
Red-Green Dragons versus, well, we had to call it Abzan Megamorph Aggro.
Yes.
Basically how we've been calling it. It's an Abzan Aggro deck that has got 3 Deathmist Raptors in the main to form more of a staying power against the aggro decks. In fact, we had a match, obviously, Green-Red Dragons versus Jesco Dragons.
Yep.
Green-Red Dragons managed to prevail on that on camera. Obviously, we saw the power of Stormbreath Dragon against the white decks. Well, Mark Laley had a bit of a harder one to get through.
Yes.
He had to fight his way through
Bant Constellation.
Bant Constellation. So green-white enchantments. So green-white Constellation, splashing blue for negate. Let's just say Game 3 revolved around resolving 3 copies of Tragic Arrogance.
Wow.
One of them twice with a Den Protector, and
wow.
Nick still almost came back.
Wow.
That's how hard that matchup was for Mark to get through. So congratulations for him getting through a very, very hard match. Now, he now has to face down Green-Red Dragons and Stormbreath Dragon in particular. Now, we've seen Stormbreath Dragon be very good against the Abzan aggro decks. They have a lot more white removal. Dramoka's Command, Abzan Charm, of cards, he can't hit it. And it can come down quite early with the Green Dragons. However, Mark's deck actually locks up the ground quite well.
Yes.
He's playing his own Deathmist Raptors. We've seen both decks have Deathmist Raptors.
Yep.
Mark's running more Den Protectors. Pete's got Rattleclaw Mystic to supplement the 2 Den Protectors. So the ground's going to get locked up very quickly. And Goblin Rabble Master, which Pete has in his deck, might not be at its best in this matchup. There's a lot of very good creatures for Pete in the 2 slot and going into the 3 slot.
Yep.
But players have sat down.
Yes. Excellent.
We're ready to go. Well, I'm ready to go. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Green-Red Dragons, Abzan Megamorph with an aggro slant. Semi-final number 1 of 2. Send it down to the feature match area. So, players have resolved their mulligans. We will just give them the go-ahead and we'll be good to go for the semi-final here from the Millennium Gloucester Hotel, hosted by Darksphere in London.
So, players are just...
So, of course, Pete was the 2nd seed.
Yes, so he gets to choose to be on the play or the draw. Obviously, something that all of the players want, and he would like to be on the play in this game. So,
one of the interesting things with this tournament, the 1 and the 2 seed are still in.
Yes.
Sam Stanton, number 1 seed, Pete Ward, number 2 seed. So, both are still in, so they're both in the play. So, it's going to be very interesting what happens. And I feel that Pete being on the play has a distinct advantage. The mana acceleration, obviously we haven't seen a mana accelerant, which is something very interesting. I mean, he has 4 copies of the Rattleclaw Mystic, and he has 4 copies of Elvish Mystic, so it's not C1's a bit interesting. So we'll be able to see if Mark can capitalise on that and land one of his own 2-drops, be it Fleeceman Lion or Hangerback Walker. But no, both players just happy to content land drops with each other.
He has a Fleeceman Lion in hand. So I think what he's electing to do is try to get to the 4 mana to play the Fleeceman Lion and also have a Dramoka's Command backup. Very good then, because then he's able to protect his lion and also give it a +1/+1 counter. Prevent the damage from any Draconic Roars, and also give it a counter. Now,
and also maybe he's a bit afraid of Draconic Roar into Rabble Master, which we saw in the last game, not wanting to, his opponent not doing anything, he's not forced to do anything. I mean, what's the removal Sweet Light coming out of this Abzan aggro deck?
So, he only has 3 Dramoka's Commands, 3 Abzan Charms, and 2 Hero's Downfalls in the main.
So no ultimate price.
No ultimate price in the main. So, yeah, very interesting that he's decided to go with this route, with the no real ultimate price or cheap removal.
Going a bit higher up. There's obviously including the Deathmist Raptors. There's 3 of those in the deck, and obviously we see one in both players' hands at the moment. But also we see Goblin Rumble Master making an appearance yet again on camera. Obviously used to great effect in the final game of the quarterfinals, which was able to push him back past Matt Gregory's Jeskai Dragon Stick. Rabble Master a card that's fallen out of popularity
Yes.
of late. Definitely not seen as many copies for a while since Dragons of Tarkir came out. We've certainly seen Rabble Master start to dip off a little bit. The Burn deck obviously doesn't run it, and that was the premier red deck for a while.
Yep.
Ataka Red being the main deck that was using it. So we're seeing it to great effect here.
I think Mark actually kept a 2-lander and hasn't drawn a 3rd land yet. So I think that's why he elected to not fetch last turn, to try and draw this 3rd land.
So to field Death Misruptors, Den Protectors as well.
And I think he missed it, unfortunately. So that's why he's cracking out. I think he's going to play a Fleecemane Lion.
And unfortunately, there is already a Draconic Roar ready in Pete Wall's hand. So, correct play by Mark not to play it on turn 2, sensing the fact there might be a removal spell. But unfortunately, not drawing his 3rd land might be on the receiving end of a little bit of punishment here from the Goblin Rabble Master.
Certainly, yeah.
But he has a stacked hand. There's already 2 copies of Dromoka's Command ready in hand. So we see Fleecemane Land number 1. There is another in hand. There is also a Siege Rhino. There is also a Death Misraptor ready to enter the battlefield. And see it past the turn. So yeah, no 3rd land. Abzan Charm not at its worst in this matchup. Can certainly hit a Rabble Master if it decides to go too big. So we've got a Wild Slash as well in hand. Be very interesting to see what Pete decides to do. Draconic Roar obviously is best here. Does he just send in the Goblins, try and get it with a Wild Slash and play a Death Misraptor post combat?
You almost certainly just play the Draconic Roar now. Kill that guy. Put Mark to 15. Attack with everything. Get in for 6 points of damage. Put Mark down to 9. You know, he's already stuck on 2 lands. You don't really want to be wasting time. You want to close this game out as quickly as you can. Press the advantage. You know, if Mark gets to 4 lands, there are Siege Rhinos. Siege Rhino is very, very powerful in this matchup. It gains a lot of life. So, you know, Pete probably wants to finish the game before that happens. Before he gets that 4 mana. And
so it's an interesting decision for Pete, because there's a couple of lines. If he has a 4th land and he has a dragon, obviously it's a good place to go. So we can see at least, well, there's 2 copies of Death Misraptor in Pete's hand. So does he have a 4th land? Well, that's going to be an interesting one. If there's a 4th land, well, he has a much nicer line. He can send in the Goblin tokens, try and incentivise the block from the Lion, get it with a Wild Slash, and then follow up with the Death Misraptor. Death Misraptor able to attack through pretty much everything in the deck. So we're seeing a Draconic Roar, no dragon to reveal though. So
interesting. I thought he had a Thunderbreak region in hand.
It might be Draconic Roar, but at the end of the day, it's still a lot of damage coming across. The extra 3 would have been nice, but with Mark stuck on lands, then
I mean, still dropping Mark to 12 at this point is pretty strong.
So, and Draconic Roar, one of those cards from the cycle. If I can spell it, be good. One of the cycles from the Dragon Reveal cards. Certainly one of the more narrow ones for what they were playing. I was thinking it'd be good if I could spell today.
It would.
I can't. Apparently,
Roar is definitely not AO.
Does that work? Yes.
Yes.
I'm good at Magic apparently. So, see a 3rd land drawn for Mark. Obviously a very important one to hit. It gives him access to Death Misraptor, which right now is a very good blocker.
I think he also has an Anafenza in hand, which I think he's probably going to look at playing. Anafenza is very good in this position. It will trade with the Rabble Master, but it will also... Pardon?
But it'll exile it.
Exactly. One. And it also just eats 1/1s, if that's what Mark decides to do. So
I think the fact that both players are missing land drops is a challenge
almost
to deal with
certainly
for both. We shall see how Pete continues. Like Goblin Rabble Master, very powerful card from M15. It's been with us for a while. It's formed many a red deck's top end, but also now forming more of a mid-range side of it as well. So we're going to see a Wild Slash going upstairs, dropping Mark down to 9. Interesting use.
Very interesting. I like holding onto the Wild Slash because, you know, you can, if you get to a Draconic Roar, you get to keep it up with a Dromoka's Command against Dromoka's Command. So if they Dromoka's Command, you have 4 power, you can use your wild slash effectively. So
Yeah.
let's see. Yeah.
Anafenza running in front of the Goblin Rabble Master. They'll trade, which is fine. Yep, so Mark's going to double check. He's more than happy to say, yep, I'll accept this trade. Get rid of your Rabble Master. Yeah, the Rabble Master has enough power. They'll both trade off. The Rabble Master gets exiled because of the Anafenza ability.
Yep.
And then 3 damage will come across to Mark. Mark, down to 6. But if he hits a land, well, Siege Rhino is a card.
Yes. And any land will get him that as well.
Yeah.
He does have access to
Painless Colour.
Painless Colour. So
Death Misraptor is the follow-up. Death Misraptor number 1. The card's very powerful. In this matchup, it's very good as well.
yes.
With Anafenza off the board, it does block, well, everything. And then we see a land.
There's a land.
Is a fetch land, but I'm fairly sure Mark's quite happy to see that one.
Yep.
No double black, but his deck doesn't really ever require on double black,
No.
apart from for Hero's Downfall. Most of it is double green, double white, or, well, not Hero's Downfall, or just one of those 2 colours. So we see fetch land being cracked. We shall see what Mark goes searching for. Obviously, his mana base has 3 forests and 2 plains, so quite a large number of basics. 5 is a good amount, especially for the sort of aggro deck. Normally you expect maybe it's only 3 or 4. So he's decided for the extra forest to try and obviously give him more fetchable lands. Obviously,
And I think that makes sense when considering he's running the Death Disruptors. Most of the time, the Abzan decks don't require double green on turn 3, whereas obviously Mark's version does with the Death Disruptors. So I can definitely see that he wants the extra green mana.
and Abzan has been around with for a while. It's not going anywhere anytime soon, and it'll certainly be interesting to see how Abzan survives rotation. It's still going to have Death Misraptor, still have Den Protector, still has Siege Rhino. Those cards are not going away. Still has the Tri-Lands. Of course, it loses the Scry-Lands.
Yes.
So maybe you look to play more of an aggressive strategy that doesn't rely quite as much on lands. So we see first Siege Rhino of our top 8. Only 1 Siege Rhino deck left in. 1 Jeskai, 1 Green Red Dragons, 1 Abzan Aggro, and 1 Esper Dragons. Lots of dragons.
A lot of
In
dragons.
fact, 2 decks with dragons. So we see an untap. Mark, I think, is unfortunately going to be dropping the Siege Rhino in front of the Death Misraptor. Not what he wants to do. We see another Goblin Rabble Master off the top.
Wow.
That's a very good draw, because
That
that
is.
puts Mark all the way down to 4 with the trade if he has to trade away his Siege Rhino. And it's Pete going on the aggressive line. He didn't have the acceleration, but turns out this Red Green Dragon deck doesn't always need it. Having
No.
Rabble Master and Death Misraptor gives it a lot more staying power in the early games with being aggressive. So, interesting choice, because Pete still hasn't found his 4th land. You've got to wonder how many of the cards in his hand are, well, at this stage, uncastable. He's got at least 2 cards we know he can cast. He's got the Death Misraptor, and he has a Goblin Rebel Master. We see a Rattleclaw Mystic as well in hand, so it'd be interesting if he chooses which line to go. He doesn't seem to have a very expensive hand. He might have 1 Stormbreath Dragon, but that's 3 cards he can still play. He's in a position where actually he's pretty good, well positioned at the moment. So we see Rabble Master again. I'm thinking its presence felt. Field again. So we've run our Goblin tokens in the feature match area. Into combat. I think the Siege Rhino might be jumping in front of this Death Misraptor. Doesn't want to.
No, not at all. Unfortunately, it's going to have to. It's right now if he doesn't block it that way, then he goes to 2, and then he's dead next turn.
He has an Abzan Charm in hand, but it just feels it's a little bit too late to the party. Missing his land drop early on meant that the Rebel Master was able to get ahead a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Maybe if he has the Abzan Charm ready for when the Rebel Master first attacks, he can exile the Rebel Master before any real damage is done. Only 2 goblins being done, so mark down to 4. Death Misraptor trades with the Siege Rhino, and this is why Death Misraptor, I'm surprised sees less play. It blocks everything, and it attacks through everything.
I know.
You need to be hexproof. You need to be indestructible to stop this thing going through you. And a 3/3 for 3. The body itself isn't huge, but the ability to have a death touch is so important. And there's been many games where I've enjoyed playing Abzan Megamorph before obviously Origins came out, and it's just like, oh, you've got you've got a really nice Ojutai there. Let's just send in these 3 Death Misraptors into you. Not really bothered about your Ojutai, because if you want to block, you're going away as well.
Yeah.
See Fleecebane Lion, Dramoka's Command.
+1/+1 counter, fight your Rabble Master.
So Rebel Master goes away, but there's still 4 tokens, and any burn spell finishes the game. And
Yep.
Mark, he has another copy of Dramoka's Command. position. So we see another Rattleclaw Mystic drawn off the top. I think Mark just goes in with everyone and says, put you to 1. What have you got?
Yeah.
You need to put a lot of blockers on this table because I have more to follow up with.
I mean, any blocker from Mark is okay, because he does have that second Remoker's Command. So another blocker will be able... So after this attack, he'll put Pete down to one attack creature. Sorry, 3 creatures. Mark's on 1, but it allows Pete to... Sorry, it allows Mark to play another creature and fight something.
But we see a Den Protector coming.
Yeah, so...
This could be... I think that's the important thing, is that he was able to find another attacker to push the damage through, which now means that Pete needs... Well, Mark needs a lot of help. And we see...
A land off the top.
Unfortunately, because he has no Deathwish Raptors in his own bin, he can't play the put my Den Protector into play, get back this Deathwish Raptor at a later point in the game. Which would, and this is one of the powerful things as well with Deathwish Raptor. It looks like you're miles behind, but in fact, if you've got a couple in your graveyard, this board would be completely different.
Exactly.
Instead of say Fleece Main Lions, he'd had Deathwish Raptors. He could have been in a position where.
Interestingly, does Pete have any? Does Pete have a dragon in hand?
No, I don't believe he does at the moment.
Okay.
We didn't see one earlier, so unless he's drawn one since, but we know he's got double Rattleclaw Mystic and he's got another Deathwish Raptor in hand. So I'm very surprised that he chose to play the Den Protector rather than just another Deathwish Raptor. So we see 3 mana being tapped. So we see a morphed Den Protector coming in. We shall see the passing of the turn. So
this is interesting because at the moment Mark's dead.
Yep. But does Pete see it? But does Pete see it? You've got to assume he does. One of the things now is that he can theoretically go to combat, in with everyone, and yep, Mark is going to pick them up. He's going to reveal his 2 Den Protectors, 1 each, revealed to each other. So, Pete Ward taking a reasonably swift game 1.
Yes.
On the back of, yet again,
Rabble Master.
Our favourite goblin from M15. Also, another part of the game was that another very important part that was maybe a little bit more susceptible was also... No, leave it. For fuck's sake. Was also this. Draconic Roar. Didn't do any damage in terms of to the face, but removed a problem permanent and put Mark behind again, and it's one of those cards that actually it's probably a nice replacement for Lightning Strike.
Yeah.
But it does have the thing that you do need actually something in play to... Or a dragon in hand, where you actually need something to do it. But Searing Blaze was always good, and you needed lands for that. The red deck still plays it. This, in Standard, where we're still going to have Thunderbreak Regent, Dragonlord Ojutai, Dragonlord Ataka.
All the dragons.
As well. Dragons of Tarkir.
All the dragons
You
of
can't not
Tarkir.
have dragons. So, moving on to the sideboard then. So, we'll start with Pete's. Is 4 Roasts, 1 Plummet, 3 Xenagos the Reveler, a Rending Volley, 2 Destructive Revelry, 2 Arbor Colossus, and 2 more Den Protectors. Now, the cards for me that stand out are the 4 Roasts and the 2 Den Protectors. These games can get quite grindy.
Yep.
But of course, Mark is mainly on the ground.
Yep.
And Roast is a 2-mana answer to basically everything in his deck. Siege Rhino, Anafenza, anything like that. So I think the 4 Roasts will come in and the 2 Den Protectors. In terms of cards coming out, well, the 3 Wild Slash are reasonably terrible.
Yep.
In this matchup, so I think you can see him cutting all 3 of them straight away. Not very powerful. Also, maybe a Kratos Clause or 2. He's already seen Dromoka's Command, and Dromoka's Command is quite good against the Red-Green Dragons deck. It allows you to be bigger than them and fight them and do them all in as well. So there's 5 cards there. Maybe he takes out one of the Rabble Masters. He was very fortunate, but on the draw, on the play it was very good, but on the draw, Rabble Master a lot weaker against this Abzan aggro deck, because they can have 2 creatures in play before you drop your Rabble Master.
Exactly.
So what are we looking out for Mark then?
So Mark's sideboard consists of 3 Thoughtseize, 1 Foul Tongue Invocation, 1 Ultimate Price, 2 Tragic Arrogance, 2 Elspeth, 1 Liliana, Vess, 1 Sorin Solemn Visitor, 1 Self-Inflicted Wounds, 1 Utter End, 1 Drown in Sorrow, and 1 Blight. I could see him probably bringing in these Drown in Sorrows.
Doesn't feel like a sideboard for this matchup, does it?
No.
It feels like he's missing a bit of help.
Yeah, I mean, the Blights and the Drowning Sorrows are okay. So far, all he's seen is red-green aggro. He hasn't seen any dragons. I mean, he's seen the Draconic Roar, so he's probably been able to guess that.
And we could be we could be fairly sure that at some point in the tournament yesterday he saw
Probably.
Pete playing with the deck.
So, the Tragic Arrogance are probably coming in. You know, leave you with an Elvish Mystic, kill everything else. It's very strong.
And that's what we were saying. You were saying in the last round. Tragic Arrogance on the surface might not look great, but then you remember actually Pete's playing with Elvish Mystics and Rattleclaw Mystics and Goblin tokens.
Exactly.
And that doesn't line up well to a Tragic Arrogance when Mark can be left with a Siege Rhino him playing.
Yeah, I can see the ultimate price coming in as well. I mean, still, it's only 3 or 4 cards, which is incredibly weak. I could probably see the something like maybe the 1 or 2 Jamarcus Command coming out. Maybe leaving one or two in, just because of the Draconic Roars. But, you know, you don't want all 3.
No, I agree. I think maybe you want 2 in there.
Yeah.
I think maybe maybe
Sorin
a Wingmate Rock and the
Sorin,
the Ajani as well.
Or
The
maybe
Planeswalkers,
yeah.
Because he doesn't have many flying blockers without a Hangerback Walker in play.
Yep.
It's very difficult for him to block a lot of what Pete's doing.
Exactly.
I mean, the standout card for me that I think he's looking for quite early on is the one of Hidden Dragon Slayer. Of course, it takes damage whenever it comes, but it does blow up Thunderbolt Regent. It can kill anything of 4 power, so it can kill a Rebel Master quite early on as well.
Yep.
And also, it has lifelink.
It does.
So, the actual life gain against Pete's deck can be quite important. He has a burn deck, and he's relying on 4 power creatures initially to try and get the job done.
Yep.
Abzan Charm also maybe shave a copy because again, Stormbreath Dragon can be a problem. And he's seen Deathmist Raptor, and it's a bit of a trade-off that you need to try and get with this red-green dragon deck because sometimes they play Deathmist Raptor and they play red-green aggro, and sometimes they get you with dragons. And that's the power that Deathmist Raptor and Goblin Rabble Master bring to this red-green dragon deck. Is you can go on 2 different strategies. You can go bigger and play the dragons and get them that way, or you can just go underneath them with the Rabble Master, with Deathmist Raptor, they don't know to attack through everything, and then just Den Protect holding it all together as well. So it'll be simply be interesting to see how they sideboard. Pete obviously taking a very crucial game 1. It feels getting ahead in these matchups is very important, especially in this current standard. Being up on 1, forcing your opponent to have to win 2 games.
Yeah,
it's very difficult. There's no Sphinx's Revelation to dig you out of a horrible situation that you're losing in game 2 and 3. You can't just rely on that. You can't rely on, say, a turn 2 Pack Rat going away with the game, or a Master of Waves like last standard that will just get you back in a game from when you were miles behind.
Yeah.
There's a lot more nickel and diming your opponent in this format, I feel. But we shall see. We can see the Tragic Arrogance is definitely coming. We can see at least 1 copy of Dromoka's Command still in there. As he flicks through his deck, I'm sure you can probably at home see better than we are. It's going quite fastly through, but we see both copies of Tragic Arrogance came through. Bile Blight is going back out. We see the Dromoka's Commands are still in. There's at least 2 copies of Dromoka's Commands still in his deck. I like the card a lot. I mean, there's a lot of burn coming out of the Pete Ward's deck. Dromoka's Command, yes, it does answer the burn spells, but when you've got a Stormbreath Dragon or a Thunderbolt Regent in play, it doesn't pair up quite as well as anything like that. So we shall see what happens. So just wait for the players to shuffle up, and we shall go from there. So Pete ready to go. He's obviously, I think he's got a bit more of an idea of the configuration he wants with his sideboard.
Almost certainly, yeah.
As I say, that's what I feel about the sideboard. It feels like Pete's sideboarding options are a little bit more straightforward than Mark's, because obviously it feels that Pete has a little bit more for this matchup than Mark has access to. But we shall soon see. Mark's deck, very powerful. It's good at locking up the ground. The Wingmate Rocks allow a little bit over the top, but again, only 3/4s playing against 4/4 dragons will be very interesting to see how that all pairs up. Let's see. So we've got a quick sleeve change. Unfortunately, he's broken one of his sleeves either by shuffling or he's passed over. Ultra Pro's not always surviving quite as easily as others. So, game number 2. An interesting matchup this actually. Wasn't one we were expecting. Mark had a very difficult quarterfinals to get through.
Yep.
He got through it, and he's now got another uphill struggle to get out of this one as well. So we'll see what happens. So, quick shuffle up, sleeve repairs done. Hopefully we'll soon be on to opening up our 7s and seeing where we are for game number 2. Yes, the semi-finals here. Of course, just to remind you all at home, for any of you who have joined us since, we will be showing you both semi-finals live on stream. This is semi-final number 1. The next semi-final, Sam Stanton versus Oral Zimmerman. Jeskai Midrange Esper Dragons will be following on straight after this, before we have our final. And we get to name, and I feel quite privileged of this, we get to name the 4th and final member of the Team England for this year's World Magic Cup. Obviously already got Fabrizio Anteri captain, Tom Law winning number 1, WMCQ number 1 in Manchester with blue-black control in standard. Yep. Kaim Patel winning the one in Birmingham with Grishelbrand. Obviously that was a modern one, and I'll wait to see who will be taking down the trophy for this one. Obviously no run back for blue-black control today. No blue-black control decks doing very well. There weren't actually that many of them. There were only like 5.
Interestingly enough, there weren't, and
also Abzan control was nowhere today. Nowhere yesterday at all, and as we see, Abzan aggro really being the force to be reckoned with in the format rather than Abzan control.
Yep.
Maybe people just going away from Abzan control, which was interesting. There were 24 copies of Abzan control. It was the 2nd most popular deck in the room, behind Abzan aggro. Abzan aggro at 26 copies.
Yep.
The next one was 16.
Exactly.
Mono red, and that was the other defining factor. No mono red. Anywhere near the top tables.
No.
We didn't have it on camera, and we didn't see anything at the top tables. We saw one Ataka red, but he fell off towards the end of the tournament, unfortunately. So we see Hanger back on turn 2. The card that has really defined the new Abzan decks.
Yes, almost certainly. Interesting as well, Pete doesn't have any exile effects, other than, in fact he has none, so he doesn't have anything like Magma Spray or anything like that. So, you know, this Hanger back walk can get quite huge, die when it needs to.
And also then provides a stream of blockers for the dragons. And there's no trample in Pete's deck either.
No.
So Pete will find it very difficult to get over the top of the Thopters with his dragons too quickly before Mark might be able to string a couple of Siege Rhinos together, or just generally get in and beat down.
Indeed. And cards like, if he's left the Sorin in, for instance.
That provides a lot of life.
It does.
It's a lot of life. So we see Draconic Roar revealing Thunderbreak Regent. So Mark down 17. He's going to have a Thopter. But he does have a bit of information that Pete is actually on the full-on Dragons deck, and we can see he already has the Dragon ready to go. Not the cleanest answer, but might as well get it done now before Mark's able to untap and start making it more, and having the Dragon as well always helps. So we already see Elspeth, Sun's Champion in hand. Does he have a 3rd land? That'll be the important thing. So, in for 1, the easiest part of the turn. Turning creatures sideways in the red zone, always enjoyable for the aggressive decks. And no, unfortunately, no 3rd land again. Mark keeps in some very interesting hands. I mean, he is only running... He's only running 24 lands. So actually, he's only at 24 lands, which is interesting, because he has no copies of Satyr Wayfinder. We see Goblin Rebel Master, so we can see 1 mana. Do we have an ultimate price here?
Almost certainly, I think that's what he's tapping for.
We see ultimate price.
Yep.
Dealing with the Rebel Master straight away. Cannot allow that card to get too far ahead, but... Pete's building up towards his copy of Thunderbreak Regent, and that was a Siege Rhino off the top. It's not land number 3, and unfortunately Mark's starting to fall behind a little bit with these missed land drops.
Yeah, unfortunately.
We see a hard cast Den Protector. And this is maybe where Mark's deck is slightly starting to struggle a little bit. That because he only has 24 lands, and he's on the aggressive Abzan aggro deck, he doesn't have access to the Satyr Wayfinder, which a full-on Abzan Megamorph deck would have, which allows you to dig towards your extra lands. So.
Exactly, yeah. Unfortunately, you know, missing these land drops are so bad right now for Mark. You know, he's got such a powerful hand. Playing out a Den Protector as a 2-2 it's a 2-1. It's just so bad.
Siege Rhino off the top, and unfortunately, well, Mark's deck not complying at all, and we see a pass the turn, still only 2 lands, and Pete gets to untap with a Thunderbreak Regent in play. Another land rolls off the top, and Den Protector in hand. I mean, to be fair, Pete has drawn a good number of lands. He's not got much gas in hand, but Den Protector, well, that counts as gas, right? Fairly sure that counts as gas.
Den Protector?
Yeah. And this is a chump block with the Fopter token. And we're going to see, obviously as the follow, we've got 1 Den Protector in hand. Quite like getting back the Draconic Roar.
Almost
extra
certainly.
damage, able to then attack through his board. So, do we get a land? We really need a land right now, because Abzan Charm is still live. Do we have it? What's we got? We have a land. We have found one. We've got a Windswept Heath, which gives him the white mana, which allows him to cast the Abzan Charm that is currently rotting in his hand at the moment.
But is it enough is the question.
Well, that'll be the question. He's still at 16. He's still at a decent amount of life. And if he is able to remove this dragon now, Draconic Roar doesn't then do him damage either.
Unless Pete has another dragon in hand.
Of course, and that'll be something very interesting to see. But Abzan Charm obviously very good against Den Protector. Exiling your Thunderbreak Regent means you are not allowed to get it back. And obviously, as we say, the two land hand, obviously, sometimes you've got to keep some riskier hands. You've got to make the most of the top 8. Sometimes you have to go for it, but maybe missing the Sata Wayfinders is hurting him a little bit. Sata Wayfinder obviously a fantastic way of fueling both Den Protector and Deathmiss Raptor, but also hitting your land drops. So, Windswept Heath into the battlefield. It's been a pass the turn, so we can see him setting up for the Abzan Charm here. So, I'm fairly sure as soon as he sees what the Den Protector is getting back, we'll just see what happens. So, Den Protector, in fact, Den Protector gets back the Goblin Rabblemaster. See Rabblemaster enter the battlefield. Very good threat against the solitary Den Protector. Go to combat. Mark, unfortunately, head in one of his hands, forced to say, that's fine, you may have your Goblin.
Yep.
Go from there, so he's going to be taking 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 7 points this turn. He's going to have to probably deal with the Thunderbreak Regent. We're going to see Den Protector, unfortunately, I only can jump in front of the Goblin this time because it can't block the other Den Protector.
No.
3 power means that that can't be blocked by the 2-1 Den Protector of Mark. And you can see Mark's body language. He's starting to realise that, unfortunately, this game and match might be starting to slip away from him.
Almost certainly, yeah. It's not looking great at all. He, is going to 15 to fetch, going to 14 to Abzan Charm this Thunderbreak Region.
Going to 11 to...
Going to 11 after that. And then damage, and he's taking another 3. So, already at 8, with a Rabblemaster in play.
He needs some help quickly. He needs a Siege Rhino.
He needs a Rhino. And there is one in his hand. So...
There's 2 in his hand, I believe.
He has 2
I believe there's 2 in his hand.
So he needs an untapped land. Almost any untapped land will do it.
So
Even
we see
especially in Urborg.
So we see Abzan Charm targeting Thunderbreak Regent. Yeah, Urborg off the top be very, very good right now.
Yeah.
And it allows him to cast a non-painful Siege Rhino, and he does have a Wingmate Rock in hand as well. So if he is able to stabilise with a Siege Rhino,
Yes.
can then proceed from there. Pete just having a look. Does he want to use the Draconic Roar he has in hand? Yep, he's going to use the Draconic Roar. Keep himself alive, deal 3 damage. So he's going to take the trigger. With the dragon in play, he's going to Draconic Roar, target the Den Protector. Deal 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 points of damage. Mark all the way down to 5, and in real need of a land right now. Because that Goblin Rabblemaster does not take long to get going.
Not at all, no.
Especially, well, if Pete has any sort of any roast, then unfortunately this is difficult. He does seem to have some lands in hand. He doesn't actually seem to have anything else to be doing. So we're going to see. I think Pete's hand at the moment is lands, and that's it. I think there's a temple and a forest, and we see another card going to the bottom. So if he can find a land here, we might actually be able to stabilise this board. But he needs it right now, on the spot. Do we have it? No, unfortunately, it's a Den Protector.
And that is
Going to be lethal damage.
going to be lethal.
Siege Rhino was the only way out for this one, and unfortunately
so.
Mark having some very unfortunate draws, keeping 2/2 landers and them really not panning out, missing the scry in both of them, not able to get, and not having any scry lands on them on those 2 land hands as well. It's probably punished a little bit too much. And
he does only run 4 Scrylands.
Only has 4.
Yes.
Okay. So
2
not
Temple
as
of
many as
Malady
we
and
think.
2 Temple of Plenty.
So less than most decks then. But he's going to fight to the end. It's not over till it's over. So we see Den Protector into play. He's going to untap.
Except, unfortunately, this.
The Storm Breath Dragon off the top.
Yeah,
so we're going
why
to see
not?
Storm Breath Dragon. That'll do. Mark picks up his cards. Congratulations to Pete. Marches on to another final. 2 from 2.
2 for 2 finals.
See if he can better it this time. He lost, unfortunately, playing Nia Burn to Grishelbrand in the Birmingham WMCQ. Can he make it this time? So, congratulations to Pete. Red Green Dragons marching on to the semi-finals. A very interesting deck from Mark, playing Abzan Megamorph aggro. Trying to play an Abzan aggro with Megamorph strategy in it. But unfortunately, a couple of bad hands, too few lands. I think if he has enough lands, if he hits 4 lands on time, I think he probably has a much better chance in that game.
Almost certainly.
Siege Rhino locks that game up very quickly, especially with 2 of them in hand. But
exactly.
Unfortunately, it was not to be.
No.
Congratulations to Mark making the top 4. I'm sure he'll be taking home a decent amount of prize for this, but of course he doesn't have the prize he wants. So we'll just quickly bring you back.
Bring you back to the booth. We will have a little chat, and then we will have a little break.
Well, we'll only have a 2-minute break because all we need to do is turn the players around. I want to get going. Might as well get it done. We'll have a break before the final. Might as well get these semi-finals done and out of the way. I think the players want to get going. We certainly do as well. So what we'll do is we'll just put up the pre-order special from Darksphere Magic.
Yes.
£70 to pre-order a Battle for Zendikar box. And we do know what could possibly be in a box of Zendikar. One of possible copies of an expedition.
Exactly.
And let's be honest, those cards are not cheap from what we've seen.
They are not cheap, and some of them are extremely pretty. So
I don't think they'll be up, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, we
can't
can't
have
get
the
any
pictures
images
of the
up for you.
We can't get the new images, but obviously the expeditions are a big part of Battle for Zendikar. You can obviously
Yes.
play them in limited.
Yep.
Of Battle for Zendikar, and any format where they are currently legal. So if you open a Steam Vents, or if you open a Ravnica Shockland, or you open a Fetch Land that isn't in Khans, so any of the old Zendikar ones, unfortunately, you can't play them in Standard. But God, they look good. They certainly look very pretty. So we're just going to leave you for 5 minutes, maybe less. We'll go and get Sam, and Raoul ready to go, and we will bring you live coverage of semi-final B here from the Standard WMCQ Darksphere in London. Thank you very much for watching. So, welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Partridge. I'm joined by Shay Holland, and we are back for semi-final B.
Yes.
Of the WMCQ here from Millennium Gloucester Hotel, hosted by Darksphere. Got to keep reminding myself of that because they're the ones that are doing the promo waffle that was on the screen just then, and also the man in charge might not let me do this again if I don't keep reminding them that I do actually work that I'm doing this on the behalf of Darksphere. And actually, I've had an absolute whale of a time so far.
Yes.
Yesterday's 8 rounds
very good.
Was fantastic, good quality play, some very interesting decks, and obviously the top 8 again. We've seen 2 fantastic matches so far. We have another one lined up before the final. So we have another semi-final lined up for you. On one side, we have the number 1 seed, Sam Staton, on Jeskai midrange, or J-Sky, depending on how you look at it. He's Mantis Rider, Soulfire Grandmaster, and Jace Vryn's Prodigy. On the other side of the table, we have the...
I'm sorry, guys. We do have Esper Dragons.
We couldn't keep Esper Dragons off the stream for long enough.
We couldn't.
Raul Zimmerman managed to defeat Hamza and his very original Abzan aggro deck. I was very impressed with Hamza's performance and also the deck he decided to bring. It was one of those that unfortunately Esper Dragons slightly too powerful for the Abzan aggro deck to overcome. Sam's on the play, so obviously makes a slight bit of difference. We'll just have to see how it lines up for Raul as well. But Sam's already had to go through one Esper Dragons deck. He buried his last opponent under the power of Mastery of the Unseen, a card that we haven't seen for a very long time.
We haven't actually, no. We were talking about this yesterday,
yeah,
and we were wondering why, this card hasn't actually seen much play recently. And...
don't know why, it has. Very powerful.
It is. It's a very powerful effect. So we're just gonna... We'll get it up on screen when we start when we switch over to the table.
I can make it work anyway. There we go, it
yep.
has worked.
So when we move to the table, we will bring
Sam,
the card up.
Sam, I actually was quite fortunate. Got to watch the end of his game, and Mastery of the Unseen was generating 2 manifest a turn. He was able to have 3 creatures in play at any one time, which was able to beat Zillium Gun the Drifting Death and Dragonlord Ojutai, because even when they attack, Mastery can activate the instant speed in the end step and would have lethal him in the end. So he was able to pin the Dragon's deck back, work on a game he was doing something else. So we're going to send it on down to the feature match area.
Yes.
Raul Zimmerman on your left.
Yep.
Sam Staton on your right.
Excellent.
Esper Dragons, Jeskai midrange. And of course, as we promised, the card that Sam used to great effect if it wants to come up today has decided that it's not going to like me. We'll have to have another go. Let's hit enter, resubmit, and of course the card that Sam used to great effect, Mastery of the Unseen. We'll give the players the go ahead, and we shall see how this one goes.
Yeah, so, a card that manifests the top card of your library is interesting. And the reason it's very good is against these control decks, they find it very, very hard to deal with no-named, colourless creatures. Incredibly hard. It doesn't... Ugin is not very good against it.
No,
and
he's not.
I mean, the life gain is not as relevant in this matchup, but it's still okay.
It's the threat density.
Exactly.
Of having more threats in your deck that are very good at what they do. So we see Raul taking a mulligan, deciding he didn't like his opener. Sam seems to have been happy. All those things, and I think Sam might be quietly confident. He's on the play again. Exactly. He's already been able to defeat one Esper Dragons deck.
Yep.
So we're just going to go fishing quickly for these deck lists, see if we can locate them. We have Raul Zimmerman's. That's that. I don't need Zhao's deck. And here we go, Sam Staton's. In fact, 2 copies of Mastery Unseen as I would. So do you want to take the Jeskai deck, or do you want to take us through Esper Dragons?
Oh, I'll go for Esper Dragons.
You're going to be the boogeyman.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 1 copy of Ashiok Nightmare Weaver. Very good card. In this matchup, it's a bit weaker. It's a... We did tell them that they could resolve their mulligans, and for some reason they decided not to. So maybe they misunderstood what we said. So anyway, the Ashiok is probably going to be a bit better in game 2 when the match is a bit slower.
Yeah.
But again, this matchup's incredibly difficult because it's so fast for the Jeskai deck, and I don't know what the burn suite is in this.
Sam's burn suite is actually quite small. He's got 2 Stoke the Flames, 1 Jeskai Charm, 2 Wild Slash, 3 Lightning Strike, because he's running 4 copies of Ojutai's Command.
Right.
So he's going down Ojutai's Command route. His creature suite is 2 Goblin Rebel Master, 2 Dragonlord Ojutai, 4 Mantis Riders, 4 copies of Jace Fringe Prodigy, and 3 Soulfire Grandmaster. And we can already see a hand of Jace, Dragonlord Ojutai, Plains, and 2 copies of Shivan Reef. Now, how'd you pick a hole in this one?
It's got to be a Jace.
You sure?
Kill the Jace, or take the Jace, kill the second Jace,
nothing left
and
in
then you
hand.
don't have to do anything until the Ojutai comes down.
And for the viewers at home who might not have seen it, there's already a copy of Languish hiding out in Raoul's hand.
Yeah.
He has at least one more land, which is a Scry land, so he's definitely going to have his second land drop, so we're not going to be missing that. And Languish, actually surprisingly efficient. We can see a Bile Blight as well, so he is very much set up to beat these Jace.
Yes.
So we can see one Jace going. Obviously, those at home, the checklist cards do only represent Jace. There are no Chandras, there's no Kythians in this deck, they are only Jace.
Yes.
I think Sam lost game 1 against his opponent in the quarterfinals. I think he has a couple of dead cards with Valorous Stance and Ojutai's Command, not at their best, because Raoul's on a slightly different plan. He actually has 2 Languish in the main, so you can see Jace number 1 hitting the battlefield. So, and also the Ojutai's Command's not as good, quite a bit harder to pull up, and we can already see a Swamp, another Caves of Koilos, and at least one of the lands. He has all 4 lands ready to go. He's down to 16, but again, he knows his opponent has one unknown card and an Ojutai. And we see Ojutai's Command off the top as well. In fact, Sam drew another land, so having to use the Scry land, having to reveal a bit of free information that perhaps he wouldn't want to. But again, his hand is at this point very weak, and he needs something to get it going in. Ojutai's Command, really not very good. He also has Dragonlord Ojutai in hand as well. So we know that. He's got both Ojutais, the Command and the thing. But we see a Polluted Delta off the top, a Hero, and Raoul's flicking through his hand quite quickly. We see Hero's Downfall in hand as well. So he's got Languish, Downfall, some lands, and, well, he's going with the Polluted Delta. That's one island ticked off the list, so we can start to play blue spells as well.
Interesting that he's opted to play the Polluted Delta here. From what he saw from his opponent's hand, his opponent didn't actually have anything in hand. So I think that what he wants to do is probably play the Temple tapped. That way it gives him access to potential double blue this turn, on his 4th turn. That's when, you know, he can represent the Dissolve, he can represent the Silumgar Scorns. Whereas, doing it this way, he's representing a Disdainful Stroke, for instance. You know, he's not really representing anything, and that might be incorrect.
So what are the counter spells coming out of Raoul's deck then?
So he runs 2 copies of Dissolve, and he is running what appears to be 4 copies of Silumgar Scorn. Sorry, I couldn't actually see that.
So we see an end step, Ojutai's Command, drawing a card, putting Jace back into play, and, well, that Jace probably isn't going to be around very much longer. Oh, sorry,
so this was
main
upkeep.
phase.
This was in rules, upkeep.
So before he got to do anything else, we
Yes.
see double Hero's Downfall as well. And I think at this point that Scryland's going to be coming to play, and I think this Jace might be, well, he might be biting the dust, but Sam's playing this position where he wants to be able to resolve his Ojutai into no mana, but unfortunately we know about the Languish that is currently hiding in Raoul's hand as well. So, Hero's Downfall targeting the Jace. And Jace, again, going back to the graveyard again. Yes. We see a Scryland in for Raoul Zimmerman.
It's interesting that he decided to use the... I believe he was an Ultimate Price in hand. Interesting that he decided to use the Downfall instead of the Ultimate Price. Obviously, Ultimate Price is better at clearing out.
See Foul Tongue Invocation now as well in hand. Another fantastic answer to Dragonlord Ojutai.
Yeah.
I do agree. I would have preferred to have used the Ultimate Price because there's a lot of spells in Sam's deck, like the 4 Mantis Riders, that can't be answered by Ultimate Price, and it leaves him more. Again, it's more mana efficient to use the Hero's Downfall. So the mana efficiency is definitely there. It'll be one of those things. So we're seeing Foul Tongue Invocation, target Sam, you sacrifice a creature. Avoid no dragon, so no life gained. But again, just 1-for-1ing Sam, trying to keep ahead, and eventually, well, Dig Through Time exists. So we see Wild Slash off the top for Sam. Starting to get a bit of burn. Rowley's at 14, but it's quite a healthy life total for the position he's in at the moment.
Definitely, and it looks like he might actually, I think he might be able to dig this turn, but I might be incorrect. So... Another Ojutai's Command. Get back my...
And that's one of the powerful things. Ojutai's Command, not normally very good in this matchup,
No.
but not doing a bad impression of being a good card at this point, and another Jace. And he's probably not getting much more benefit out of Ojutai's Command.
No, I think what's probably going to happen here is I see Raul just ultimate pricing this Jace again.
Yeah, so
You know, and unfortunately, Raul was running out of a lot of his removal. And, you know, Sam's only played one Jace. He's brought it back twice, but he's only played one Jace. Raul's used 2 downfalls.
One downfall.
Oh, sorry, one downfall.
And now it's
and one Bulb Light. And now it's going to be an ultimate price.
This Jace does not want to go away.
No, this Jace is definitely here to stay, and he's definitely here to attempt to get some serious card advantage.
So we have a Languish in hand.
Oh,
I believe
okay.
we have a Thought Seize as well. So it'll be interesting if he fires off the Thought Seize and then languishes the board. I don't think he can afford to let Sam keep this, and he's had the Cave of Koilos as well. So we see Swamp down to 11. Thought Seize you. See wild slash Magma Spray. Well, you can keep that Magma Spray because that doesn't hit my face. One of those Wild Slashes saying goodbye.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to happen. You know, he doesn't really mind if one of his creatures gets exiled. Unfortunately, he didn't really just save himself any damage. So,
but
yeah.
information is key, and we're going to see a Languish now to take out the Jace.
And if you're really not happy with this Languish, are you? This is not where you want to be. You don't want to be 1-for-1ing with a Languish, not against the Jace. But he can't let that Jace flip. It's going to be way too powerful.
Sometimes you have to do, well, what you have to do.
Exactly.
I think Sam's going to crack the fetch land, try and get a land out of his deck, have a shuffle up, see if he can draw into some more spells. Also, maybe find a second white source. His deck, although it doesn't have any double white, does require white mana as well. And he's got a lot of blue in play at the moment. There is 2 planes in the deck, 2 islands, 2 planes, 1 mountain. So he's going for the second planes.
And it's foily.
It's a shiny one this
time.
It
is a foil one.
So we've got a normal one and a shiny one. Again, today we've noticed that people aren't so keen on keeping the mana bases the same.
No.
Raul's decided, actually, no, I'm going to keep my mana are all the same.
I think they're all signed by John Avon as well, so...
Oh, very nice. Very
exactly.
Nice. Well, I'll make the most of it, right? So we see... Well, we didn't get to see that one, but we see a pass of the turns. We know there's a Wild Slash and Magma Spray, and we see another land off the top. Well, actually, no, there was Caves of Koilos already in hand, so we're going to see an Urborg this time. So that's a good draw, actually. Stops the pain coming from his lands with his Valorous Stance off the top. That card is not good.
Not the best
pass
right
the turn from Sam. Draw. We see a Temple. Well, that's a good draw.
Yes.
If you're going to draw a land, that's a good one. We see the card
hopefully getting some gas. And, you know, interesting to note...
A Mystic Monastery off the top. So
at this point, something like an Ashiok would be very, very good.
So we see a Temple of a Dismal Backwater, putting around back to 11.
Something like an Ashiok for Raul would be amazing.
So we see another land. So both players top decking lands. We see an island going straight to the bottom from Sam. Doesn't need any of that. And we see another land. Wow.
Raul at 12.
Well, these players are certainly going to be playing all their spells. We see... Do we have anything from Sam? We have another Mystic Monastery. We have at least 2. We have obviously Magma Spray, Wild Slash, and 1 card that we do not yet know of. We see a blue spell. I believe it might be a Silumgar Scorn.
I think it was.
It's
probably
not
good
at this
right
point.
now.
And is that an Ojutai's Command that we just saw come off the top? No, 2 mana. Soulfire Grandmaster. It's a threat. That's what he needs right now.
It's a pretty scary threat.
It's a very threat because buyback with this Wild Slash.
It does have buyback with Wild Slash.
And it might only be 2 damage, but it starts adding up. So we see Dissolve drawn, I believe. Well, we'll soon find out.
If it's a dissolve,
Yep, there is a dissolve.
He can dissolve the
Wild Slash.
Wild Slash. So
which is good. And it gives him a scry as well. So we're going to see activating this. We're going to see a Wild Slash. There, so Wild Slash. So we're going to definitely see this dissolved. There we go. Dissolve. Straight up counter. Very easy. 1 blue, scry 1. Been around with us since Theros. Been doing some very good work. Obviously, there is a replacement.
There is.
But whether that'll see as much play as there's the Devoid ones, well, we have to wait and see. So in for 2 with the Soulfire Grandmaster, Raul down to 10. But he's seems to have got rid of the most of what he's got. There is a Valorous Stance in hand, which, well, that could do some work.
It will
with that much mana.
Soulfire.
But we shall have to wait and see. So we have a Battlefield Forge, a Magma Spray, and a land, and we have a Silumgar Scorn in hand. So can Raul Zimmerman find something? We found a Hero's Downfall. Ooh, that one's not the best of his draws. We'd rather see
but at the same time, you know, he's more than happy to kill the Soulfire. It's going to win the game otherwise. Right. But he doesn't have to kill it right now. I mean, yeah, he does have this Valorous Stance, but you know, Raul doesn't know about it.
No, that's true. we're going to see Hero's Downfall, try and take this. We're going to see 4 mana activate. And tap 2, see this Valorous Stance coming back to hand. Soulfire Grandmaster, nope, I'm not going anywhere.
Yep.
And I think this is how Sam gets ahead in this game. So we see in for 2 again. Right now, Raoul Zimmerman really needs a dig through time.
Yes.
Or, right now, Dragonlord Silumgar would... Sorry, Silumgar the Drifting Death would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Locks up the ground, can't be really have anything happen to it. Safe as houses, was another dissolve.
Yeah.
So we see Caves of Koilos into play.
So, Sam's probably not resolving anything soon.
And see another red spell. So in for 2, down to a 6. We see a Stoke the Flames now joining the hand. So we see a Battlefield Forge into play. So we have Stoke the Flames in hand. So let's see, does he go straight for it? And we have draw for this. We have Crux of Fate. That's again problem. Valorous Stance. It's,
yeah.
Well, let's see. I think he's going to say go. He does have Dissolve in hand, which is does a lot of work right now. If Sam goes for the Stoke the Flames, obviously Stoke the Flames itself would be lethal.
Yep.
So we shall see. We know he's got 1 dead card in Magma Spray and 1 reasonably dead card in Valorous Stance. Valorous Stance has done some work though.
Protect from the Hero's Downfall. So, Sam thinking on how to proceed. I like just end of turn attempt to Stoke.
Yeah.
I mean,
makes your opponent use his mana.
Exactly.
Oh no, he's going to hold on. I mean, I like this as well. Holding off, he sees a mountain drawn down to 4. Now, obviously, this is still 2 turns, and Raoul still has to find some way of dealing with Soulfire Grandmaster.
Yes.
And right now, that's looking like either Dragon or a Bile-Blight.
Yep.
Or his second Languish, which he's probably not wanting to use either. He needs to find something right now. Off the top. Well, what did we find? Well, that's a Languish. Well, that's the answer he was wanting.
Yes.
That deals with the board, and he still has the Dissolve ready for the Stoke the Flames. So he's going to see Languish. So we're going to see an activate of the Soulfire Grandmaster, and we're going to see Stoke the Flames. Promo one. Very nice. I'm going to see Snap Dissolve. I'm not dying to this. And Valorous starts Magma Spray in hand. Dissolve your Stoke the Flames. Unfortunately, Valorous Stance does nothing against Soulfire Grandmaster, so we'll resolve the Scry from the Dissolve. And that one's straight to the bottom. That is not what he's looking for. And Soulfire Grandmaster hits the bin. Languish, a timely draw. But still, Sam has many good top decks. He only has 2 Stoke the Flames, but we see a Lightning Strike. So, Raoul at 1 life.
Raoul effectively at 1 life at this point. You know, he can't really cast an Ojutai.
Was this dig through time?
Oh, if it was.
Oh wow, if this is dig through time, this is huge. It is
wow.
Dig through time. He's finally found it. Now, if you're Sam, do you fire the Lightning Strike off now, where he has no counter spells up?
Well, you don't know if he does or not.
But so what we're looking at so far is what we're getting rid of. We're getting rid of the 2 dissolves. We're keeping the 2 dissolves. We're keeping some stuff. We're getting rid of the dissolves into the exile zone. So top 7. Raoul at theoretically 1 life. Land, Dragonlord Ojutai, Hero's Downfall, Bile-Blight, and Hero's Downfall. And we have one more. We have a Foul Tongue Invocation. Wow. That is huge.
Yes.
So I think we just take you just take Dragonlord Ojutai and Foul Tongue Invocation, right?
Problem is he can't actually cast. Well, he can cast the Ojutai.
He can cast both.
But if he does, he dies. Yes.
He only goes to 1.
No, because he has to use the Caves of Koilos.
Ah, that is true. So he can't cast it at the moment.
He can't cast it at the moment.
So he just keeps it in hand, right? I think he has to take both because he's at 4.
Yes.
And he just holds them in hand.
Yes.
And let Sam make the first move. Because right now, Lightning Strike isn't lethal.
No.
And I think so. Let's see if Sam decides to.
He also has a counter spell.
He does have. Oh yeah, he also has Silumgar Skull now as well. So we're going to see a draw. Oh, Sam's going for some mana. Goblin Rebel Master. That one I think might be eating a Foul Tongue Invocation. So we're going to go to combat and we see Foul Tongue Invocation. Does he remember to reveal the dragon? Hopefully he does. We see Dragonlord Ojutai. Game 4 life. And that says game 4. So now he can afford to use the Caves of Koilos next turn to play the Dragon Lord himself. So Raul somehow managing to dig his way back into this game. Up
Yeah.
to 8 life. Sam at 27. But he still has a Valorous stance, and that does kill Dragon Lord Ojutai.
It does.
So, draw for the turn.
Is that second
another
scorn?
Silumgar scorn. Well, he's going for the Ojutai. He's had enough. He needs to get beat down on.
He does.
He's at theoretical 5 life. Yep, it looks like there was another scorn drawn for Raul. So yeah, so Dragon Lord Ojutai in. At least one scorn in hand. Good position. But you see another land drawn for Sam. Sam has unfortunately flooded
Quite
slightly.
badly, yes.
He just needed any of these lands to be a spell, and this would have been on to game 2. Unfortunately, sometimes it just means that you don't get there. So, and his hand was not good at the beginning of the game either. He did not have a good looking hand. So, does Raul start attacking? He has at least one scorn in hand. In fact, he might have 2 scorns, and he also has Silumgar the Drifting Death as well.
I think you have to. I think the only way you lose this game is your opponent actually just having...
Well, so we see Dragon Lord, Silumgar the Drifting Death, and 4 mana available for the scorns, but he's gonna say go.
Interesting here.
We see Dragon Lord Ojutai of Sam's own as well, so we're gonna see this obviously get counterspelled. That one is not resolving.
No.
Well, it could do, because Silumgar, the Drifting Death, gets to block it, but it will just trade with his own one. I think you use one of the scorns now, because then it means you can start attacking. Yeah, so we'll see Scorn. Obviously, he has a dragon in play. Dragon Lord Ojutai goes to the bin. He's still got to be aware of the Valorous stance. So, at the moment, Raul knows the entirety of Sam's hand. So, draw for the turn. I think he should start attacking now with this Silumgar. He has the backup, but he's going to send his Silumgar, which I like. It's a good way. It's a good hedge against any spell that Sam has, and it's not the fastest clock, but I think Raul's looking for another dig through time right now. And we see a Temple of Enlightenment in his hand. I think he'll end up playing this one. Have a scry, have a look, see what's available. He's still at 7 life. That's a lot of life, although he's only theoretically at 5. He says go. Draw the turn for Sam. What does he find? Just passes the turn back. So obviously not what he was looking for. Draw from Raul. We see the second copy of Silumgar. So dead draw. One Silumgar is going to survive as long as the other one, but
I think the reason Sam isn't attacking with the Ojutai is because he knows about the Valor stance, but he wants to protect himself from an additional burn spell. At the moment, Sam just needs to sit there with 2 burn spells.
he also might have found an Ashiok.
And he can find them both.
He's also found Ashiok Nightmare Weaver. That's another way. I think you play that because it's just another way of trying to attack.
You know.
Yeah, best not tap all those islands. Keep as many of them up as you can. So Ashiok Nightmare Weaver.
I mean, they're basically underground seas at this point, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So for those of you who don't remember, Ashiok Nightmare Weaver, the mythic rare planeswalker from Theros. Hasn't seen too much play.
No.
1 blue black, 3 loyalty, goes straight to 5. So it gets out of the way of a lot of burn spells. Exile the top 3 cards of target opponent's library. -X. Put a creature card with converted mana cost X or less. With converted mana cost X, exile with Ashiok Nightmare Weaver onto the battlefield under your control. That creature is a nightmare in addition to its other types. And of course the -10, exile all cards from all opponents' hands and graveyards. Not seen too much play.
No.
Obviously, as it has been described, it's been described as Gerard Fabiano's invitational card. He seems to play that in every format possible. Card's very powerful in some situations, but can be utterly terrible in others.
Indeed.
When you're behind, that card does not catch you back up.
No.
So we'll see.
Interestingly, do you think Raul's going to attack with both dragons here?
I think it'd be good.
I think he gets the trigger to kill the Jace.
Yep, and I don't think you can allow Jace to flip because it gives you access to more burn spells.
Indeed.
And that's how he's in the win at the moment. Once getting rid of the Jace now seems good. Even if the Valorous stance goes to Ojutai, yeah, so we're going to come in. And also you can see there's been a Mantis Rider exiled by Ashiok.
Yep.
Let's see a Valorous stance here. We see Lightning Strike in hand. I think Dragon Lord Ojutai might be hitting the bin this time. Yeah, he does want to fight with it, but there is also a Mantis Rider. That is another way of attacking Sam. Using his own creatures against him. That's what Ashiok does best. So, Wrong button. So Sam obviously looking at a hand of... Well, he's now been able to use the Valorous stance. Raoul not fighting him over that one, realising that the counter spells for more important things. So, Soulfire Grandmaster. That's of the turn. Soulfire Grandmaster is another good draw, but there's a Crux of Fate in hand and a Dragon Lord Ojutai. Another one rolls off the top. I think do Crux here, just get it off the table. You don't want to give him the chance of drawing any more.
I'm unsure. I mean, obviously, the problem is that right now, Sam can just try to burn out Raoul with this Soulfire.
So Crux of Fate. We're going to see buy back this Valorous stance. Ooh, very nice. So another Valorous stance was drawn. I think Raoul might be countering this one. He doesn't want to, but we know that Sam doesn't have many 4 damage burn spell. In fact, he only has 1 more in the deck in Stoke the Flames. But yeah, so we're going to see counter spell targeting the Valorous stance. We're going to see activation of the Soulfire Grandmaster. Lightning Strike will be cast. So we're going to see a Lightning Strike, obviously with buyback. Effectual buyback, able to get it back to his hands. Raoul going down to 4 life. Very timely draw there for Sam.
Yep.
Raoul at an effectual 1 life. And well, there's no more counter spells in hand. But the Soulfire is off the table, and that's the important thing. So, now does he put the Mantis Rider into play? Try and attack, because his opponent is 18, yeah, so he's... So, Raoul's having a quick think. It's an interesting choice, actually, this one. Do you want to put the Mantis Rider into play?
I think you almost certainly do.
Yeah, so Mantis Rider into play. You have to... I don't think you attack with the Silumgar, because you die to a Mantis Rider off the top.
No, you don't, because he has a Mantis Rider of his own.
Oh, and the Lightning Strike has to kill the Mantis Rider.
It does have haste.
And the Mantis Rider has... And the Mantis Rider has to... The Lightning Strike in Sam's hand has to go to the Mantis Rider to allow the other one through. So,
exactly.
And we've got a follow-up Dragon Lord Ojutai as well. So, Sam's turn. Does he have a burn spell on top of his deck to end game number 1 and take us on to game number 2? Does he have it? Oh, another Temple. Unfortunately, Raoul surviving at 1 life. An effectual 1 life.
Oh,
and a stoke the Flames on top. But that card's not staying there. Ashiok's about to remove that one from the top of his deck. But we still have a lot of burn spells. We still have multiple copies of Lightning Strike, and unfortunately no more Wild Slash. But there are copies of the Lightning Strike. So let's send Ashiok north.
It looked like Raoul.
Mill 1, Mill 2, and Mill 3. Another Lightning Strike goes. I believe that is all the burn from Sam's deck now gone.
Wow.
He's going to have to find another way to win. Or another Soulfire Grandmaster.
Or
so we see dig through time as well.
And anticipation from Ojutai is probably going to end this game here.
Yeah, probably put Sam too far behind. Sam fighting bravely. Unfortunately, Ashiok arriving at just the right time.
Yes. Who knew?
Who knew Ashiok was useful in matchups that have gone this long and no one has the spells too. We're going to get rid of some extra spells. So, there's a Jace, there's a life gain land in there as well. There's a Thoughtseize. So, take 1. Well, the first pick was easy. What's the second one going to be? I mean, I don't mind taking the Dismal Backwater right now. It says gain life on it.
I could also see...
He's taken the Dragon Lord Ojutai. I think he's taken a backup Ojutai just in case when he attacks now, this one dies. Or he can just play another one. But this is for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 damage. Sam all the way down to 1. Well, we know that the Dragon deck doesn't have any extra reach.
No.
In terms of any burn or any ability to give +1/+1 counters. So, let's see the attacks. So, no, that one does have vigilance. So, in triggers, in for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. But we'll get to anticipate as well. Remember, Raoul is at 1 life at the moment, which is not a lot. Although he does have an Ashiok, and that we believe
he's got a Silumgar Scorn as well.
And also, yeah, it does seem that's gone. And also, we believe that all the burn has gone from Sam's deck as well. It's going to do a quick count, but I think he has had all the burn removed either through casting it or through having it removed by Ashiok Nightmare Weaver. A couple of timely draw steps for Raoul, able to keep him in this game that he might normally not be able to be in. So, 2 mana. The Magma Spray targeting Dragon Lord Ojutai. We see a Lightning Strike target as well. He's fine with that one. He's got another one in hand.
Yeah.
So we see 6 damage to Sam. Sam down to 6. I don't think he's going to enjoy the next one, which is a follow-up Dragon Lord Ojutai. And unfortunately, Sam drawing far too many lands this game.
Unfortunately,
not quite able to get there. Draws, and that is it. Looked like a Manta Rider off the top. So
I think it was a land.
Game number 1 to Raoul. Raoul steals one on the draw.
Wow. I was not expecting that.
No, a multi-6, but a tiny Thoughtseize, and Sam keeping perhaps a weaker hand than he might have kept at other times. Jace obviously looks very powerful, but 4 lands and an Ojutai.
It just wasn't enough,
A
unfortunately.
little bit too slow. So, sideboards.
Yes.
Should we look at Sam's first? Obviously, I mean, bearing in mind he's playing blue. He has access to 3 copies of Disdainful Stroke, 2 copies of Anger of the Gods, 2 Mastery of the Unseen, 2 Negate, 2 Rending Volley, an Orbs of Warding, an Elspeth Sun's Champion, a Glare of Heresy, Heroic Existence. So, the 3 Disdainful Stroke, the 2 Mastery of the Unseen, the 2 Negate, and possibly one of the Rending Volleys are the cards that stand out for me. Obviously, Rending Volley, for those of you who are not as privileged as we are to have a system in front of us that allows us to see it. Rending Volley. Cheaper version of Combust, slightly weaker in some ways as it only does 4. But 1 red, Rending Volley can't be countered by spells or abilities and deals 4 damage to target white or blue creature. While Ojutai is both white and blue and is only 4 toughness. Seems like the perfect answer for Dragon Lord Ojutai, and also is a 1 mana answer to Jace, if you so need it as well. So I think the cards that he wants are the Disdainful Strokes, the Mastery of the Unseens, the Negates, and the Rending Volleys, because Wild Slash, Magma Spray, Jeskai Charm, didn't have that as an out. Jeskai Charm was an out there as well.
Of course, yes.
And then obviously, Rabble Master fantastic. Valorous Stance, not so good, so there's at least 3 Valorous Stance, 2 Wild Slash, and the Magma Spray. That's 6 cards that can come out. I think he definitely brings in Mastery of the Unseen. We've seen that come in before. He's also taking out Stoke the Flames as well, by the looks of it. Obviously wants a bit more density of creatures, doesn't believe he's going to be able to burn people out. But what are we looking at on the side of the Esper Dragons deck then?
So he has 1 copy of Ultimate Price, 1 Tasigur, 1 Orbs of Warding, 1 Faltong Invocation, 1 Dragon Lord Silumgar, 2 Drowning Sorrow, 1 Jace, 1 Perilous Vault, 1 Ashiok, 1 Ugin, 1 Negate, 2 Dragon Lord's Prerogative, and 1 Thoughtseize. So interesting. I believe he'll probably be coming in with the Orbs of Warding. A lot of burn spells, you know. Faltong Invocation. You know, life gain, kill creatures. I could potentially see something like Dragon Lord Silumgar coming in. It's another threat. It's very hard to deal with. Sam only has the Valorous Stance to actually kill it. And all round good threat. And Negate, maybe 1 or 2 of the Dragon Lord's Prerogative. You know, this game does go quite long. Drawing 4 cards is pretty good.
No, I agree. I think it's a very interesting sideboard that Raoul has in this matchup. Obviously, Tasigur's also an option to bring in, as it's just a very good beta. He also has another Ashiok, another Jace, another Perilous Vault. But as I say, like you say, the Negate seems very good. The counter spells are always good in these blue mirrors because you want to be able to push through your advantage for things. Obviously, Sam has, I think, a better sideboard plan again. Like we saw in the last game, it feels that one deck has a slightly better sideboard plan than the other ones, than the opposition. And I think Sam having access to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards for the matchup is also very important as well. Obviously, Sam came a little bit more prepared for the Esper Dragons deck than maybe Raoul came prepared for the Jeskai deck. But obviously, having just seen what happened, maybe the Esper Dragon deck maybe it just has a better main deck setup against the Jeskai deck. Obviously, we saw Sam get very unlucky and draw a few things, draw a lack of cards that allowed him to push through the advantage he had got from the game. So I'm just going to go, just have a quick wait. Players are just going to shuffle up, and we'll be on to game 2 very shortly. I'm just going to sort of play that out so it's not before. So, quick shuffle up. And on to the next game. My colleague trying to work out how the best way to get his deck foiled at the moment at the same time. We wait for the players to shuffle up. It's not that nice.
What?
I'd rather play with alphas.
Nah. Look at that. Full art foil Therese Nielsen art.
Yeah, it's present. I still think alphas are better, but anyways. Back to the important bit. Our semi-final match. Just because you're not allowed to play with the decks today does not mean you're allowed to do this.
It's your fault.
So, game 2. Sam's now had a chance to sideboard, get rid of some of the worst cards in his deck. How do we feel that this matchup now changes for him? Do we feel that it gets better for him, or is it just one of those ones that he might still struggle a little bit with?
So, I think...
Because obviously he lost game 1 against his last Esper Dragon's opponent and managed to pull it back through in 3 to beat Steve Bain in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. Obviously, Sam has a lot of reach, and he can get there quite quickly. There's not much... There's some cheap removal in Raoul's deck, but not enough. And that's a problem. I think it will definitely be an interesting game. 2 and 3.
So Raoul obviously happy with his opening 7. Sam not. And
No.
I think I actually feel in this matchup the Jeskai deck actually mulligans reasonably well because it doesn't have to operate off a lot of lands. It can have a very low mana base in 2 or 3 lands and it can still operate very well because obviously its most efficient threats are Mantis Rider, Soulfire Grandmaster, Goblin Rabble Master, et al. And counter spells, well, they only cost 2 mana as well. So we can already see Mastery of the Unseen already ready to go in hand, and we see the start off with a Temple of Enlightenment, so no turn 2 Thoughtseize until turn 1. We see 1 Dissolve in hand, we see Hero's Downfall and some lands there as well. So if Sam can find an untapped land, this Mastery of the Unseen is going to be ready to go straight away. So unfortunately he's still going to be able to resolve this quite early on, which will be quite good because I think Mastery of the Unseen quite the trump in this matchup, and it's the best way for him to try and get ahead. So let's see what Raoul has for his second turn. So Raoul having a quick think. Interesting point in the game. So we see Urborg. So we have double black. I was ready for a Bile Blight. So I still see Sam going, right, thanks very much. I'll take this opportunity to cast a Mantis Rider. Very interesting. So going on the decision that actually this is probably a better threat, which is very interesting. Opening up himself up to a possible Bile Blight. We have seen them before in the match, but Mantis Rider sticking, Hero's Downfall, Dissolve in hand, and now this presents a very interesting threat for Raoul to deal with. Does he go for it now, or does he try and deal with it at another point? Obviously, Sam having a tap land on turn 2 meant that he wasn't able to cast a Master of the Unseen straight away, but Mantis Rider, not a bad trade-off. So we see Island into play, well, Pseudo Underground, see if we're truly honest. And we see Hero's Downfall in hand, ready to go.
Yeah, and I like not actually casting the Hero's Downfall at this point. I think you want to wait until Sam's turn, see what he does, and then you get to cast the Downfall. I mean...
See, he's going to go for it now anyway. Get it out of the way. Don't want to get Valorous Stance. He's seen it already.
Maybe that's...
Ojutai's Command drawn for the turn. We see 3 mana, have Goblin Rabble Master. That is quite the threat.
Yeah, almost certainly. And I think that's why you quite like waiting with the Downfall, because...
You like waiting with it?
Yeah, because it allows you to... I mean, if Sam then plays the Rabble Master, you get to either Downfall it or Dissolve it. Whereas if Sam doesn't play the Rabble Master, then you just take 3, go to 14, and then in Sam's end step you try to kill the Mantis Rider.
We see Rabble Master doing what it does best, going to town, make some goblins, and we can see a hand of Dragon Lord Silumgar, Dragon Lord Ojutai, and Dissolve. Not really the best answers for the board that currently Sam has, and Valorous Stance in hand just in case he needs it as well. We can see, in fact, all 3 dragons. There is a Silumgar, the Drifting Death. We see Perilous Vault drawn there by Raoul. Not a great answer to the Rabble Master. Obviously, it does answer it, but he's only at 10 life at the moment, and now that takes another turn to activate.
Indeed.
He's also missing a land for the Crux of Fate in hands. We see Perilous Vault. We see Dig Through Time, Ojutai's Command, and Valorous Stance in hand ready to go. And Mastery of the Unseen as well. And we'll have to see how it goes from here. Master of the Unseen, obviously a very powerful threat. So, Rabble Master in again. Raoul all the way down to 5 already.
Yeah.
Perilous Vault. I mean, it does stop Sam from doing anything else. He plays a land, but
I mean, he just needs a couple burn spells now, right?
yeah. He also has a nice follow-up. He has Dig Through Time ready to go as well. Obviously, he doesn't have enough cards in his graveyard yet, but we see 5 mana. We're going to see it pass the turn. Obviously, Raoul down to 2 at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, any burn spell is going to be lethal, right?
And obviously, Sam's going to go to combat. Sure, have your goblins, or then pop the Vault. Yeah, so he's going to crack the Vault. A 1-for-1 trade with a Goblin Rabble Master. Doesn't look like it. That is certainly a 1-for-1 trade, and we have a Mastery of the Unseen, I think, to follow up. Yeah, so Mastery of the Unseen, a very, very powerful card against this deck.
Yeah.
And Valorous Stance as well, just in case he needs it. Obviously, he would like to draw another land now, but he does also have a few things he can start doing from here. So. Dragon Lord Ojutai in. And this will be interesting to see if Sam's able to push through. Like, he finds so he's found a land, which is obviously good, because it now means that he can activate the Mastery of the Unseen and also have Valorous Stance up. And if Raoul's having to tap mana rather than saving his Ojutai, it seems good as well. But we see, I think that could have been a very, very timely. That's a Dragon Lord's prerogative, so no real help coming at the moment.
Unfortunately not, no. It's not looking good for Raoul at this point.
He does have Crux of Fate, but again, Sam has Dig Through Time, which he can almost just he can almost cast now. So so you see Valorous Stance Titan that. No real help. And the other nice thing about Master of the Unseen is because it can activate at instant speed.
Yep.
It means he can just do it in his end step, get a 2/2 then, and then untap. And he can play around things like Crux of Fate, can play around Languish. We see Valorous Stance dealing with the Dragon Lord Ojutai there, removing it from the table, removing the threat. And we see Silumgar, the Drifting Death, and we see Ojutai's Command. That is a very good place to have that card. Sam able to deal with both Dragon Threats and a Mantis Rider. He just shows it him off the top. And we are on to game number 3. Hasty 3/3s. Turns out when you're at 3 and you tap out, it does kill you in one go.
Exactly.
Ojutai's Command showing that actually 4 mana counter spells are good. Even in a position where they look like they're not in the greatest position in the world. So, on to game number 3. So, Sam obviously enjoying that one. Going a lot better for him as well. Rabble Master doing all the work in that game. Putting him into a position where he could finish off Raoul with whenever he wanted to.
Yeah.
And especially being able to go Valorous Stance. Able to go Valorous Stance into Ojutai's Command in one turn, obviously being very important at that point. Yeah. Obviously, we'll now get to see if the players look. It doesn't look like either player's going back to their sideboard for anything in particular. And that's one of the powerful things for the Jesco deck. It does win quickly when it gets going. So we'll just have to see where we get from here. So, a quick shuffle up. We'll just give the players a quick moment to get in position and then we shall go from there. So, who do we think has a advantage after board? It was asked on the It was asked on the chat, and I'm asking you now. Shay, you're the man with the knowledge. I just host it and try to sound good.
So,
people have seen me play Magic. It's not very good.
so it's interesting because I think the Jeskai deck is favoured in this matchup anyway. I think post board it gets better because of Mastery on the Unseen. It depends how much burn Sam has boarded out and how much slower he's decided to go. So if he, for instance, is boarding in these Elspeths. Again, it's one of those ones that's it's quite a tough matchup for Roll. You know, Sam does have that extreme amount of reach that Sam can't really deal with. That Roll can't really deal with. Roll only has 3 foul tongues to gain him life, which isn't really enough, as it turns out. He does have that orbs of warding, if he can get it down, if he's warded it in. That does prevent some of the burn, lowers some of the damage from the creatures, but is it enough? I don't know. So I'm not sure which match is favoured in this.
So, quick shuffle up. Obviously, players in the position they are don't want to have any draws where it get mana screwed or anything like that, or mana flooded like Sam had in game 1. So, let's see where we are at the end of game number 3. Which player will be joining Pete Ward in the final to fight for the place on the World Magic Cup team? We know one already. Do we find out the other soon as well? So, players looking at their opening 7. See if we can find a keeper. Raoul on the play. Feels like an advantage he wants to have in the post-board games. Wants to get ahead, get his counter spells online earlier, be able to answer things like Master of the Unseen early on. Now we see Master of the Unseen, he's going to be a bit more aware of it. We see Jace already in hand. It's a good starting point to go. We see a lot of lands though. In fact, there might be somewhere near 6 of them.
Has he kept a 6 land?
Yes,
Jace
it
hand?
seems he's kept a 6 land Jace hand. By the looks of it,
Excellent.
we're not sure. We'll soon find out. But Jace, obviously, didn't see much burn in the post-board games. So Sam not happy with his hand, down to 6 again. And obviously, what we saw from last game, the deck mulligans quite well as it turns out.
Indeed.
Just have to see what happens from here. So, Jeskai mid-range, Esper Dragons. Esper Dragons doing very well on camera today. So far hasn't lost on camera. We'll see if Sam can give Esper Dragons its first loss in the feature match area. So. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to quick shuffle up. Make sure he's got the right hands. Obviously it's not good if anyone has to mulligan. We shall soon be going for game number 3 here from the WMCQ. Yes, we do believe that it was 6 lands and a Jace. One of them is Scryland. So, in hand we've got Urgentized Command, Disdainful Stroke. We have 1 land at least. We have a Rending Volley as well. So he's quite in a position to dig 3 times. That's a very expensive hand and it's very reactive, but can he afford to mulligan to 5? Sam having a real think. His hand doesn't do anything. He has a Valorous stance as well. It's going to be interesting. So, Sam going to keep. No, Sam's decided he's not going to keep. No, would have got there. But unfortunately, you never know that until you start playing the game. So, down to 5. Do we think, how much of a disadvantage do you think that puts Sam at? Obviously, he's on the draw.
Yep.
Do you think it's a significant disadvantage for him, or one that he might be able to overcome if he has a good draw, like we saw yesterday on camera, when we tried to work out how good mulligan to 5 would be for the Jeskai player, and managed to pull it off on a mull to 5?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got quite a good chance, but my worry is that if he doesn't get aggressive enough, it's going to be quite a lot of damage.
So the sort of hand we're looking for is like land, possibly a 3rd one, Mantis Rider, and a 2-drop, possibly a Jace.
Yeah.
Just to try and get the card quality going from there.
Definitely.
And there are very good hands for Sam. And obviously we know what Raoul kept, and Raoul kept a land heavy hand. Obviously there is a scry land and there is a Jace.
Mhm.
But if that Jace gets killed when it lands, then it could be difficult for them to get back into it. So Sam's going to keep obviously happy with this one. So Temple of Deceit to start. Scry his hand off. Obviously, hopefully he's looking at a spell right now, but he hasn't decided yet. Top or bottom? There is a Jace there ready to go next turn.
It's another Scryland, that's probably why.
Yeah. Do we keep the second Scryland? So nope. Straight to the bottom.
No, I don't know what it was, but
We see, wow, draw step, Mastery of the Unseen. So Temple ready in there. If this is a Jace and Sam's able to land this Mastery of the Unseen, I think he's going to take the opportunity to.
yeah,
Even though there is a Jace in play, we see Silumgar's Scorn.
interesting.
Yeah, he's going for the Jace. So I think this is the time where Sam just has to land Mastery of the Unseen. I think the
If he
card's
can
so
land
powerful.
it, then yeah.
It's the way I think he comes back into this match. Chivalry for
Oh,
2 mana,
there we go.
Mastery of the Unseen into play. And obviously for those who didn't get to go, this is for a very long time. This was how decks with white in beat the control decks.
Yep.
Life gain is important, but a constant stream of 2/2s, obviously very, very important. We see Jace activating, discarding Flood of Stranding. Obviously, it'll take a couple of turns for Sam to get to Mastery activation, but, well, it doesn't take long for it to get going. See another land off the top. We see at least one negate in hand. We see Rending Volley straight away in to deal with the Jace, and obviously can't be countered. One of the best ways to deal with the Jace. 2 mana, leaving up negate as well, and Sam's hand's starting to come together. Mastery of the Unseen, a huge, huge draw
Yes.
on the first turn of the game. A lot of game to be had here. Raoul up to 21. And he's hit 5 mana, but he still doesn't have any blue.
No.
Sorry, any white mana. He's got loads of blue, sorry. He doesn't have any white mana, and obviously Ojutai's hard to cast. We see a Jace off the top for Sam. Hopefully he has 2 more lands in hand, both produce blue mana, but I think right now, well, I think he might be wanting to hold on to that Jace until he has negate backup as well. So top card library, what is he looking at the moment? Obviously, being unable to activate the Mastery, it would be nice if he was able to play the Jace. Try and get something going where it survives. He wants to try and hold up negate for that as well. So, does he go for the Jace right now? No, he's going to pass the turn. So, Raoul got some decision making to do.
Yes.
Master of the Unseen, very difficult to beat. So we'll start off with the cracking of the Polluted Delta. He's still looking at hand. He's got a Bile Blight, but there's a lot of land still there. Still hasn't found a dragon to pair with the
Silumgar's Scorn.
And obviously he's only drawn 2 spells. The game, he's still drawn a land or 2, and obviously Jace's not giving him exactly what he wants. What? Let's see where it goes from there. So, interesting times. No planes.
No planes.
Well, we know he doesn't have a Dragon Lord Ojutai anyway, but Sam doesn't know that. Sam doesn't know what's in his hand. A Master of the Unseen could be his way, and a Dig Through Time draw. That's a timely draw, but again, does he want to cast it into the face of possible negates? He's got to assume that there's going to be a lot of counter spells after sideboard for the Jeskai deck. They've got a few dead cards that they want to get rid of. And will he be able to get it from there? So, Island in. Does he say go? He still has Bile Blight available. Dig Through Time, Silumgar's Scorn, ready to go as well. You see a pass to the turn. So he's decided, nope, I'm going to pass the turn. And in your upkeep, I'm going to Dig Through Time. Making Sam cast his mana, but well, this could be quite a good turn for Sam. He's going to negate that and get to cast the Jace as well.
Exactly.
Even though it's going to get hit by a Bile Blight, well, it's probably not a bad trade-off. And Dragon Lord Ojutai arrives as well. Jace, Vrin's Prodigy, taking 1, Sam down to 19. This card's been everywhere.
Yes.
And
Now,
quite a few copies in the top 8.
Yep, and Sam's in quite a good position here. I mean, you know,
Another land off the top.
he's not been aggressive enough in this matchup, but you know, Raoul hasn't really done anything.
He's not able to punish
He's not at all,
the mulligan to
and that's
5.
the problem. Is you know, Sam has this Mastery of the Unseen. Sam can just take it to take it
Sam can start to drag this game out. Master of the Unseen gives a lot of card advantage, especially against the control decks, where you just get to play 2/1s. Sorry, where you get to play 2/2s for every turn, and that does a lot of damage. So we're going to see Haven of the Spirit Dragon. Unfortunately, there is, well, looks like there was another dig through time drawn. So there's another dig through time, which I have to see. So Sam goes about his business, setting up for mastery of, activating Mastery of the Unseen. So it goes from there. So dig through time. Certainly probably the gel that holds this deck together the best.
Yes.
The control decks probably wouldn't exist if they didn't have this card. It's a way of getting the card quality, because Treasure Cruise, well, doesn't quite get there for a lot of the control decks. Card density not always important, card quality the important factor of these cards when you're trying to get to that important part of the game. Mastery of the Unseen. It's been a shame that Mastery of the Unseen has seen a lot less play of late. It's certainly one that I imagine will be very good post-rotation when we get back into the stage where people are going to be slowing down a little bit, trying to beat the mono-red decks. I'll have to see how things change from there. So, Sam having a long think, in a position where he seems a little unsure of himself. Obviously, he's starting to pull ahead with the Master of the Unseen. Just have to see where he goes from there. So Mastery Unseen, still doing a lot of good work for Sam here. It's one of those cards that looks very slow on the surface, but once it gets going, it's very, very, very difficult for the control decks to beat, short of finding Ugin and going from there. And in answer to this person's question, 4, 8, 12, 34, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. It's 25 lands in the Jesco deck. And he certainly found enough of them on his mulligan to 5. Fortunately, Master of the Unseen, well, that certainly helps with flooding out. So, Sam able to now double activate Mastery of the Unseen. That's one way of catching up after a languish. Yeah. Even though there is a Dragon Lord Ojutai in play, is Sam able to start to pull it back together. The activation, the double activation is a very crucial point for this, because he can now start attacking with 2 manifests a turn, get the damage in. Raoul's life, he's at 14, he's at quite a lot, and Sam's not attacking quite yet. Obviously he's content just to wait and see what happens, but if one of those is like a Dragon Lord Ojutai, then this game is certainly re-leveled. Dragonlord Ojutai in. So it's certainly an insufficient position. Raoul is he's still got a lot of work. He has Dragonlord's Prerogative.
Yep.
He has Dissolve.
Yep.
Unfortunately, in this position, Dissolved and Silumgar's Scorn as well. So he has 2 counter spells, but at the moment, on board, Mastery of the Unseen is just going to go to work on him.
Yeah.
And that's where Sam's looking at the moment. He's realised that, well, Raoul's drawn a lot of cards, and right now, the way I beat is just by Mastery of the Unseen. Sorry, excuse me. So it's one of those things. So, in 4, well, 8. It's a lot of damage. It does not take long for the Master of the Unseen. In double activation, we see Dragonlord's Prerogative trying to just find some answers to all these manifests, and Sam double activating. Admittedly, Sam is only at 13, so it might not take long for Dragonlord Ojutai finish off. We see a Crux of Fate there, drawn up by Raoul. That might be a way of trying to stem some of the tide, but this Master of the Unseen, for a mulligan to 5, has certainly done a lot of work.
Yeah.
And this game still hangs in the balance. It's very, very close at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Raoul's very worried about anything, any tricks or anything like that.
And I think that's the fascinating thing. This game still is hanging very much in the balance. A Dragonlord Silumgar would be very good right now.
Yeah.
But, well, Crux does a lot of work, but can Dragonlord Ojutai quite finish in time? And if Sam ever finds another copy of Rending Volley, then that adds another problem that Raoul has to come with. Plus, if he has a counterspell, well, again, it's one of those things you never quite know. Raoul has a lot of counterspells in hand.
Yeah.
He's got a Dissolve, and he has a Silumgar Scorn, which is counterspell at the moment. What is there? So we shall see what happens. We shall see. So round down to 6, taking the damage. He used the Dragonlord's Prerogative to draw up some cards, see where he was, and well, the Crux of Fate's going to help him here. But Master of the Unseen is still there, and it's not going anywhere. I mean,
No. It's allowing him to just keep getting back into this game.
And one of the interesting things, there is an Ugin in the sideboard, but there is no Ugin main, so he only has 1 Ugin across the 75, so it's a bit harder to find. And if he can Crux now and then try an Ugin the next turn, it's still hard for him, and this Ojutai might not be able to attack very soon, because he'll be at such a low life total, and Sam will be able to start making multiple, like he's able to make 2 manifests a turn, and does a lot of work. There's obviously a Hero's Downfall, there seems to be a Tasigur in hand as well, possibly, so you can push Ojutai to one side. Crux of Fate, I think, is a good place to start. He has a full, Raoul has a full grip, Dragonlord's Prerogative, uncounterable opportunity, enabling him to draw cards, but there is at least 1 Tasigur in hand. So we see the Anticipate, we see Dissolve, Perilous Vault.
That's a good draw.
Perilous Vault's a very good draw. He's actually able to play it and then activate it and put Sam in a very interesting position. Of course, he loses his Ojutai, but he has another one in hand ready to go, and right now the Master of the Unseen is starting to run away with this game a little bit. It's starting to drag Sam into this game a little bit, and I think unless Sam's able to find some burn spells, and obviously we believe he's taken a lot of them out, it's starting to look like Raoul is starting to pull ahead a little bit. Even if he's only at 6 life, he has a full grip of cards, and well, I think it'd be a very good test spell. I think this Perilous Vault's a good test spell. So if it resolves, he's fine. If it doesn't, well, he can just cast a Crux of Fate. But it seems like he's going to go for the Crux first. And then if that doesn't resolve, he's able to cast a Perilous Vault, or cast a Tasigur and a Hero's Downfall as well. Oh, he wouldn't be able to cast Hero's Downfall. I think he's going to quickly change his mana around, given the ability to have 3 black mana, so he can Downfall and Tasigur as well if this Crux doesn't resolve. So obviously Crux putting the 5th mana in the bin. It's an interesting way of tapping his mana, actually. There we go. There we go. So he's left up he's left up enough mana to be able to Tasigur as well.
Yeah.
So I don't think on the caves, because he's using the caves. He doesn't want to take any mana. He doesn't want to take any damage. Going to 5. Well, 5 similar to 6 at this point. We see Crux of Fate. We see Sam's hand, Ojutai's Command, Jace, and Soulfire Grandmaster. Not much help there.
No.
Not much help at all. But Sam might take the opportunity, gain some life. If there are any creatures, no coming. We have lands, land, and a dig through time. It would have been nice to get some life there. We're going to see a Dismal Backwater gaining a life. Back up to 7. We're going to see a Tasiga Golden Fang making his appearance to the battlefield. Powerful 4/5, delving away his graveyard. Sure, Raoul's not that unhappy. He also has up Hero's Downfall and a lot of spells he can do. Sam might go for the counter on this one. He still has a mastery activation as well, so we can see Otatai's command, counter, and I'm assuming draw a card. We can see probably this dissolved as well. I think you might use dissolve here. It's a slightly more clunky counter spell.
No, I think negate is probably.
Or does he have negate in hand as well?
I think so.
Okay. Well, he's got a choice. He has a negate. Yeah, I agree. He uses the negate at this point. Best answer to this one is does only spells. So his choice. So he's gonna go for the dissolve, which is interesting, as you say. Mana efficiency, I think Raoul's more working towards.
Yeah, the reason I'd say more about using a negate is because the dissolve also counters creature threats. So you know he probably wants a way to actually deal with the creature.
And this has been a fantastic turn for Raoul. Absolutely fantastic. We see Goblin and Rabble Master. Unfortunately,
not the best in this position.
if he hadn't have been able to cast the Tasiga, but we see a Mantis Rider off the top, and that is a very good draw.
That is very good.
That is a fantastic draw, and also this Rabble Master has haste, so he could do both this turn. He could cast the Mantis Rider, unmanifest the Rabble Master, gain some life, puts him. It goes to 10. It's still admittedly a 2-turn clock, but it gives him something else to do, and that Mantis Rider is a very good draw. In fact, he could cast the Soulfire Grandmaster as well, but does he want to put that much on the board?
Don't think he needs to cast the Soulfire.
So we're going to see Mantis Rider enter the battlefield. And we see a hit 4/3, Raoul all the way down to 4, and this is close, very very close indeed. That was a timely top deck for Sam. That was, and we're going to see 5 mana. We have Dragon Lord Ojutai as well. Another fantastic draw for Sam, clawing his way back into this game.
Yeah.
One card at a time. One card at a time.
I think if I'm Raoul here, I like. If I'm Raoul here, I think I want to go to. I think I want to attack with the Ojutai and the Tasiga. See how he force some blocks, and then you're casting that Vault anyway, right? There's not much reason to not Vault at this point. He's not really. He needs to clear that mastery of the unseen off the table. I mean, Raoul might have. Sam might have a 4 damage burn spell, and obviously tapping out for the Vault plus Crack is gonna be well. I mean, if he's got a second untapped land, if he's got an untapped land, then it might be okay. But it's an interesting one. You know, at the moment, he's dead on board.
No, I agree.
So I can see him attacking with the Ojutai, seeing how the dust settles. You know, maybe he won't be dead.
He has a Silumgar to follow up with as well.
Exactly.
He's only at 4. 4's not a lot of life.
No, I mean maybe he just plays the Silumgar here.
And the Dragon Lord.
Oh, is it Dragon Lord Silumgar?
Yeah, it seems to be Dragon Lord Silumgar in hand. So 1, 2, 3.
And
3. We got any more? 3. And we're going to go for any more. Any more for any more.
What's he trying to cast for 3?
4, 5, and 6. Let's go. Oh no, maybe not. Let's have another go. 2 Havens though is quite a nice position to be in.
Indeed.
So it means that he is able to get back any of the dragons that if he does lose any at all.
Yeah.
So we see. Oh no! In fact, he's gone for the Perilous Vault.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Very interesting. Obviously, it answers a lot of the problems at the moment. And Sam, to be fair, Sam only has 1 card in hand. So, untap. Draw for the turn. What have we found? Possibly a counter spell. It's a blue card. It's to go with a white. To go with the Soulfire Grandmaster in hand. So Sam into the tank. Very, very difficult position to be in.
Yeah, and
That
Raul's
Perilous
really
Vault's a
turned this.
problem.
Yeah, and Raul's really turned this game around.
Didn't take much to draw. He kept a
Didn't.
very, very weird hand.
Yeah.
So 3 mana. Oh, he's going to unmorph this Goblin Rabble Master. Trigger. Gain 3 life. Or does Raoul want to pop the Vault in response? It'd be interesting to see. And adds another threat to the board. And that's the important bit. In fact, this is forcing Raoul to pop the Vault, because unless he downfalls something, this is a lethal attack.
Yes.
We shall have to wait and see. And obviously, a difficult position right now, because Raoul has so many cards in hand. He's cast so many spells. And he's drawn 4 from the Dragonlord's Prerogative. And all the other cards as well, so we shall have to see where this gets to. Sam at 11, Raoul at 4, and we know the Esper Dragons deck doesn't take long to turn life totals around.
No, not at all.
So we're going to see in with everything. I think we're going to see a Hero's Downfall on the Ojutai. Oh, that's interesting, he's going to block the Ojutai. Maybe downfall the Mantis Rider. I know, so we're going to pop the Vault. He's decided that enough's enough. Crack the Perilous Vault. Exile everything from the battlefield. Have you got anything to follow up with, Mr. Stanton? Well, we know he does. We know he has Soulfire Grandmaster, which we're going to see make the battlefield now, and oh, it's not a bad threat.
Not at all. I mean, Raoul does have a Barblight in hand.
Yeah.
And he also has a Silumgar Drifting Death. Dragonlord Silumgar. So either of those can deal with this Soulfire quite well.
So
6 mana.
6 mana.
Silumgar.
And we're going to see Silumgar. Now, if there's a counter spell here for this Silumgar, then this is a very good position to be in, because, well, Force Spike doesn't work. But he
Not
has
quite.
2 of them, I believe. Okay, pay for 1. Oh no, it's negate, so he does get hold of it. So he has negate. Obviously, he has Silumgar Scorn as well, so this is almost the lock. And now he's got Hero's Downfall as well for anything that does happen to slip through the cracks. And Sam was really hoping that that was going to be the way that he managed to catch back up. But one of those things. Interesting. So Sam untaps. Is Soulfire Grandmaster prepared to bring beat down to himself?
And interestingly, this Soulfire gains Raoul life.
Yeah, it certainly does. Sam having a quick look through, see what we can find. It might be that he's found a dig through time. Oh, it's Ojutai's command. I think this one might be getting countered. Yeah, we're going to see.
Almost certainly.
No other cards in hand.
No other cards in hand. Next turn, you're out of burn range.
That's the thing. You're able to get yourself out of range of these burn spells that Sam might still have in his deck. We'll see. So some interesting choices though for Raoul. It's not a foregone conclusion that this is exactly what happens. We shall wait and see. So no, he is going to go for the Scorn. He's going to go for the effective counter spell. Leave Sam with no cards in hand, and a Dragonlord Silumgar, and a Soulfire Grandmaster. About to pull. Is this combination going to propel Raoul Zimmerman into the top 8, into the finals of the top 8, to face off against Pete Ward and his red-green dragons? Up to 6. Sam down to 6. Is there a follow-up?
I think there was.
Because there's definitely a Hero's Downfall in hand.
I think there was an Ojutai.
Oh wow, there's a Dragonlord. Oh wow, there's a Dragonlord Ojutai as well. Polluted Delta, 5 mana. Let's leave one of them up just in case.
Just in case.
And
Dragonlord
Ojutai enters the battlefield. We shall see what happens. So, Sam, what did you draw?
Is it an end to hostilities?
Was it a game-ending card? Can you leave your opponent with one thing in hand? Because right now, Tragic Arrogance would be quite amusing as well. Of course, there's none of these. Oh, the problem is Sam doesn't have any of these cards in hand. Unfortunately, he's in a position where if he's able to kill the Urge Type, it gives him another draw step.
Yep.
But if he can't, it might be that he's drawn a Rending Volley or a Valorous Stance. To be interesting to see. But Sam is deep in the tank trying to decide to do. No, Mantis Rider, unfortunately, not good enough. And congratulations to Raul Zimmerman.
Yes.
Marches on to the final.
He does.
Against Pete Ward and his red-green Dragons deck. Esper Dragons. You can't get rid of it. It
No.
still exists. It doesn't ever want to leave us. A control deck that seems to be able to just beat down Manisa as well. So, welcome back to the booth. John Partridge, Shay Holland. That concludes the semi-final actions here from the standard WMCQ here, hosted by Darksphere at the Millennium Gloucester Hotel. Congratulations to Raul. A very hard-fought match.
Very, yes.
That was really close.
Extremely close, yeah.
At one point, neither player felt ahead.
No.
And Sam mulled to 5.
Yeah.
And nearly got there.
Yeah. I mean, you can just see the power of this Jeskai deck. You know, it mulled to 5, it almost won, and, I mean, it was so close.
Yeah.
So close. So, yeah, so we're going to have a break.
That's going to be it's going to be quite the final.
Yes. Esper
Someone
Dragons
going back
versus Red Green Dragons.
we have one player going back-to-back finals.
Yep.
And one person attempting to play Fun Police.
Yes.
With Esper Dragons. I'm really looking forward to it.
Me too.
We have a green deck, so I'm enjoying it, and you've got a blue deck.
I have a blue deck.
So both of us are looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Shay's looking forward to have it. I hope you guys at home are looking forward to it. We're going to take a short break.
Yes.
And we'll be back very shortly with the finals of a very enjoyable story.
Yes.
From this
very,
weekend.
Very interesting weekend.
And all the others as well.
Yes.
Hopefully you'll join us soon. Thank you very much for watching. We will see you very shortly.
Goodbye.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One final time for this WMCQ, not for the day, just for this final instalment in the conquest to see who will be the team for this year's World Magic Cup. 2 players have entered into the finals, only one will leave victorious. Raul Zimmerman, Esper Dragons, Pete Ward, Green Red Dragons. Both made it in as top seeds to their respective quarterfinals.
Yep.
Raul the 4th seed, but Pete the 2nd seed, so
Exactly.
people have the choice. And for Green Red Dragons being on the play, seems like a strong place to be. Now, we had a quick chat while we were away, getting some food quickly before we came into this one, while the players settled themselves down, got ready. And we think that actually the Green Red Dragons deck has a few advantages that some of the other decks have not had against any of the Esper Dragons deck. Most namely, it has the inclusion of 4 main deck copies of Death Missile Raptor.
Indeed.
Now,
And that's a very good card in this matchup. You know, it's a recurable threat. It's quite hard to deal with. That, you know, Pete runs a lot of morph creatures. He runs Rattleclaw Mystics. He runs Den Protectors. So, you know, it's going to be a strong card. It's going to be a card that Raul's going to find it quite hard to deal with, short of something like Ashiox or maybe even his Ugin from the sideboard or the Perilous Vault.
But again, they're sideboard cards.
Exactly.
We've still got to get through game 1. And if any of you remember back to when Abzan Megamorph was a thing, Death Mist Raptor was... That was the reason to play Megamorph.
Indeed.
Alongside Den Protector, because you could beat the Esper Dragons deck. The Esper Dragon deck, you play a Den Protector, like, oh cool, you've got a 3-2. Sure, you get the advantage, you're getting something back. But when that Den Protector brings 6 power with it, in Death Mist Raptors, that's when you have this massive advantage of it. And also the other thing, Death Mist Raptor can also attack through every single threat in the Esper Dragons deck. Ojutai is 5-4, okay? Well, I've got Death Touch. Sullumgar is a 3-7, I've still got Death Touch.
Exactly.
And a 3-3 for 3 mana with Death Touch that recurs itself in the graveyard could be a real problem for Raul. But we'll have to see. Raul's played very well to get to this point. He's run through 8 rounds of Swift, quarter-final, semi-final, and he's not stopping yet until he meets people in the finals. So we're going to send it on down to the feature match area for the finals. I'm looking forward to this one. It should be a good one.
It should
be a good finish to the day. So we'll send it on down there. We'll give the players the go-ahead, and we'll be on with our final. Raul Zimmerman on your left, Pete Ward on your right. Welcome to the finals of the WMCQ here from hosted by Dark Sphere in London. So, Pete on the play drops a mountain on the first turn. Always an interesting one to start with on a mountain. Hopefully he's got a green mana to get going, otherwise this could be a bit harder for him indeed. We see a Hero's Downfall already in Raul's hand, and we start off with a Temple of Deceit. Good place to start for the Dragon's deck, trying to settle its draw for the next few turns, sort itself out in a position where it can start to cast its more expensive spells on time.
Interestingly, I don't think in this top 8 at least, we haven't seen Pete Ward lead with an Elvish Mystic on turn 1.
Yeah, that is something we certainly have not seen. There is, I believe, an Elvish Mystic in hand. We've now seen the Wooded Foothills being cracked, obviously fetching up the green mana. So it'd be interesting to see if there is any turn 2 accelerator. But you're right, we have not seen the turn 1 Elvish Mystic, and maybe he's missing out on that one, we're not sure. But obviously it's something that we'll have to wait and see.
So, yep, he has the Elvish Mystic. Interesting that maybe he didn't have the green mana to play it on turn 1, but he will have it for this turn. And Raul just drew a copy of Ashiok Nightmare Weaver, which is actually quite good in this matchup. You know, Pete's deck can be quite slow. He does have a few threats that can be difficult to deal with, so exiling them is pretty good. He can also get the dragons back from Pete's deck, which is sometimes going to be relevant.
Yeah, and we see a Thoughtseize, so we'll see what Pete's working with as well. We see Wild Slash, Thunderbreak Regent, Den Protector. So, well, with that mountain in hand, we're going to be seeing some Thunderbreak Regent action from next turn. We see the Den Protector already in hand and a Wild Slash. Wild Slash not so good. We may see him fire this Wild Slash off just to get it out of his hand and be efficient with his mana. It doesn't have many targets. Obviously, we know there are 2 copies of Jace in Raul's deck, but again, if Pete's done his research, then he'll have a good idea of what's happening. But she'll soon find out. So Raul's going to quickly write them down. consult his hand and have a quick look. Obviously, you can't take the mountain, although I'm sure he'd love to be able to take the mountain. That one is not a legal option.
No, I think he was joking about it with Pete. He was like, I wish I could take this mountain. So, yeah, I think you take the Den Protector here. Raoul has a copy of Languish in hand. So, he's got the tools to deal with 2 Thunder Breaks.
And Languish is one of those cards that started to pop up in the Esper Dragons deck that wasn't necessarily there before, so it'll be interesting if Pete plays around it too much. Obviously, if he takes the taking of the Den Protector is a pretty standard play for a lot of control decks. The recurrent of spells and creatures and stuff is obviously quite hard for them to deal when they're trying to 1-for-1 you and then bury you under their own card advantage. If you're able to keep up in any way, obviously, very strong position to be in.
Yeah, and you know, Languish is a card that we don't really see often in the Esper deck. It kills all of their Ojutais. Obviously, that's something that they want to be avoiding. So, you know, Raoul electing to take the Thunderbreak Regent here.
And it's certainly interesting. That's not the first time on camera we've seen someone decide to take a threat over the Den Protector and leave the Den Protector in their opponent's hand. Obviously, we saw Hamza on camera yesterday going after his opponent's self-inflicted wounds. Obviously, it didn't matter in this, it paid off for him quite well. But Den Protector, it's certainly interesting. People's opinion of how much of a threat it is in a lot of matchups is it feels like it's gone down slightly in their estimation, that they're a lot happier to leave that card in their opponent's hand rather than saying, you know what, I'm just going to take your Den Protector, stop you recurring these threats, and you can keep what you had, you can keep these Thunderbreak Regents. And obviously he's now got the second one in hand, so it'll be very interesting to see if there's a follow-up. We know he's got a Draconic Roar in hand. We can see 3 mana open. So, I think, a very easy start for Pete now. Turn that Thunder Regent sideways. Get in for some damage. Put the onus on Raoul. Say, what are you going to do? What have you got that you can do to this creature at the moment? Obviously, Raoul representing Hero's Downfall, which we know he has in hand, and also Dissolve. But Hero's Downfall deals 3. Back to himself, and it'll be interesting to see what Raoul decides to lead. I think the consideration might be if he's drawn a Goblin Rebel Master, whether he goes for that pre-combat or post-combat. That'll be the interesting decision to make.
Indeed, and I like the Rebel Master here if he has one, because, you know, you're not expecting a... You might not be expecting the Languish on turn 4. So...
In fact, we're going to see the Elvish Mystic swinging in as well. And a pass of the turn, I believe. So, a few decisions to make. So, no, Raoul's going to take it. He is going to pass the turn. Raoul's just going to draw. He's not going to fire it off. He has 2 Dig Through Time ready in hand as well. He has, I believe, an Ashiok as well, although Ashiok not particularly well positioned at this point in time. He has the 4th land in a case of Koilos, if he does want to languish the board now, and I don't dislike languishing the board right now.
No, not at all. I mean...
The only way he gets punished is if there is a follow-up Rebel Master, but then he has the Hero's Downfall for that, and it's only made 1 Goblin token. And 13 life is a lot. We're going to see him go down to 12. So, we shall see from here. We've got a feeling this might be the first of Languishes, and if Languish does resolve, then possibly next turn he'll be able to dig through time, depending on what the follow-up is from Pete. Pete needs to find a land, and fast, if he's going to try and cast the rest of the cards in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem right now, is... A Languish here is okay, because you're also killing a land. You know, you're killing this Elvish Mystic off. And for Raoul, that's quite relevant. You know, as it stands, Pete doesn't actually need to commit anything more to the board. You know, he wants to play around any Wrath effects. You know, guessing that maybe there's a Languish, but he wants to play around it. So, yeah, I think that was a good play.
Off the top. Unfortunately, he does seem to have a copy of Draconic Roar in hand. Not very good in this matchup.
Not the best in this matchup. Unfortunately, it only kills Jace, and there aren't any Jaces at the moment. So, we'll see a morphed creature.
I wonder what that could be. And that's one of the interesting things with Pete's deck is actually it is a bit of a mystery morph. And most people just assume it's a Den Protector, but imagine that's a Deathmiss Raptor.
Well, Raoul has
kills
Thought Seeds. So Raoul knows that he had a Den Protector in hand. Knows that Pete doesn't really have anything. And he's probably thought, okay, this is probably a Den Protector. You know, that's the card he's most scared of. So, I mean, maybe he will fire off a Tear of Downfall for it now.
And it does also seem that Raoul himself does not actually have a fifth land,
Fifth
sorry.
land.
So he's got dig through time, but he can't cast it this turn. He also has a Jace, I believe, but he also has a Foul Tongue Invocation with no, he's got an ultimate price. So he's got ultimate price, Silumgar Scorn, Ashiok Nightmare Weaver, 2 dig through time, and Jace Friend Prodigy. Now I actually don't mind landing the Ashiok on this board state. It goes to 5. Minimum it can go to is 2 if that's a Den Protector. Or and Raoul might, I mean, there is a chance that he just kills this because, yeah, we see. So he's going to see Ashiok Nightmare Weaver enter the battlefield. The one of in the deck, but has proven to be quite efficient so far in this top 8, helping him get around Sam Stanton in the last round, and probably going to do some good work in this. So, uptick, we see 3 lands.
That's not what Pete wants to see. You know.
Yes, and that's the thing, is at the moment this Den Protector is going to have to flip to find and take the Wooded Foothills. We see another Den Protector off the top. A play here could be flip my Den Protector, get back my Wooded Foothills, play my Wooded Foothills, attack Ashiok down to 2,
Yep.
and then hold up the Draconic Roar in case your opponent goes for the Jace.
Yeah. That's something I like. That's a play I like a lot. And
you got to remember, Raoul is down to 12. So we see Den Protector turn faced up. Counter on top for Megamorph. In fact, he's going to get back a copy of Thunderbolt Regent. That's a very interesting choice that he's gone for the Thunderbolt Regent, because if he doesn't have a land in hand, how is he's obviously going on the fact that hopefully he draws another one.
oh,
So
Thoughtseize off the top from Raoul.
we see Rabblemaster, Thunderbolt Regent, and another land exiled by Ashiok. Now the dragons are going underneath. Now there is a chance that... And Pete actually went straight after Raoul with the attack from the Den Protector, deciding actually it's more worthwhile that I try and kill you. Should have enough power. Unfortunately there is a Hero's Downfall, and, well, the Thunderbolt Regent can be coming into play soon as well.
Yeah, but then Raoul just gets to make his own Thunderbolt Regent, right? He's got one under the Ashiok.
Just clear the chat. So Pete in for 3 again. There we see. So we see ultimate price this time. So nice efficient mana. Now, if that was the case, it might have been better that he played the Jace as well. Obviously, maybe not wanting to risk the Draconic Roar, trying to make dead any cards in Pete's hand. We know about those being in the deck still.
Yeah, the Draconic Roar, obviously. Raoul, life total he's at, you know, he doesn't want to... He doesn't want the, he doesn't want the damage. That's what he's obviously more scared of.
So we see another morph coming down. Now this is why I would have liked maybe getting back a land rather than the Ademptor. We're seeing Scorn here, which is going to be huge right at the moment. And one of the... It's perhaps maybe punishing Pete for not getting back the land with the Den Protector when he got a chance. Den Protector able to get back target card. creature, spell, land, artifact, planeswalker. Doesn't matter. Den Protector can get it back from the graveyard. And maybe it would have been better getting the land, which would have given him double green, because right now he's missing any sort of double green to be able to do anything. And I can see maybe Thunderbreak Region being put into play this turn. Yeah. So, oh no, it's a Goblin Rebel Master. Beat down Central. This obviously, Raoul has decided that this game has gone on far too long. It's about time that we went to game number 2. So, Goblin Rebel Master probably not used to being played on the side of the Esper Dragon's deck. Raoul's going to go down to 5. Thoughtseize, see what Pete's waiting for. You see Pete, arms crossed. He knows what this is looking like. But there is a lot of burn still in Pete's hand at the moment, and I think, well, the choice for this might be that Thunderbreak Regent. Because Draconic Roar plus Thunderbreak Regent, well, that's 3 damage. Wild Slash, 4 and 5. And if Brown doesn't have a counter spell, he could be in trouble. Or he takes a Draconic Roar.
So it depends really if Raoul has a counterspell in hand. I know he has a Silumgar Scorn. I'm pretty sure he did. But that's not a hard counterspell at this point, unless he's got another dragon. Now, the reason that's relevant is if you take the Draconic Roar, then Pete has to draw Draconic Roar for it to be lethal. However, at the moment, he doesn't. If he takes the dragon, then any dragon off the top will be lethal. And don't forget, he does run Stormbreath dragons as well. He is running a 4 Stormbreaths and the full 4 Thunderbreaks. So that's 5 dragons, as opposed to 3 Draconic Roars. And that was a Deathmist Raptor. So I have a feeling that the Goblin Rabble Master is going to be biting the dust here.
And maybe I would have preferred to have Thoughtseize first, and then decided what to put into play, because right now, putting the Thunderbreak Regent into play looks a lot better, because then he can then choose to take a different card. I think he still ends up taking the same card.
Yes.
But the Thunderbreak Regent can't be killed by Wild Slash.
Definitely. And, you know, Raoul wants to end this game. Rabble Master ends it faster than a Thunderbreak Regent. But at the same time, Pete has a lot better ways to kill a Goblin Rabble Master than he does a Thunderbreak Regent.
He certainly does. Obviously, we'll see if it comes back to haunt Raoul, but Thoughtseize, obviously putting him to 5, it's not a lot of life, and it gives Pete a few options. We're going to see Elvish Mystic now. I can see a Wild Slash taking care of this Rabble Master. I think he might have to actually take care of it. So we see Dissolve in hand, which might protect the Rabble Master a bit, but there's 2 Wild Slashes, but again, does he want to be going at the Rabble Master or going at his opponent's face? Pete's still at 18. That's a lot of life.
That is. And it'll be interesting as well to see what Raoul does. I mean, I believe he has a dig through time. So he probably is looking to fire off a dig through time at the end of turn. His opponent can't cast Draconic Roar if he's drawn one. And Raoul knows this. But it's still a question of what he does. Okay, so he's going to
dissolve the Elvish Mystic.
Interesting.
Very nice. I like that a lot. It keeps him pinned on mana a little bit. I think Pete, if he's going to kill the Rabble Master, has to do it now.
Yep.
Before Raoul's able to untap. You don't want anyone to untap the Rabble Master in play, especially if it's your own, and attacking you again.
Yeah, and that's the problem right now for Pete, is that this isn't a massive clock, but, I mean, it's going to attack for 6 this turn, putting Pete down to 12, and then 8 the turn after, putting him down to 4. You know, Raoul can just make this as Thunderbreak this turn. Oh. Then his Silumgar Scorn is turned on. Thunderbreak Regent is a dragon.
It certainly is.
It does turn on Silumgar Scorn. You don't just need Ojutais or Silumgars.
You can have Thunderbreak Regent, Stormbreath Dragon.
Exactly. Any dragon you want, you can have, and it will still counter. So it will be interesting to see if Pete kills the Rabble Master now. But I think it would be the best play right now.
I think he's in a position where he might have to.
Yeah.
It's not good. He wants to obviously save those burn spells to go to Raoul's face, but Rabble Master can cause such a massive problem. So we're going to see the Wild Slash taking care of the Rabble Master. Back into the right graveyard. That's good. And do you put the other one upstairs now as well?
No. It allows Raoul too much time. You know, you want to save this burn to either kill a threat or to finish the damage.
So unfortunately, Raoul yet again missing another land drop. So he's obviously able to work on the mana he's got. He's not taking any pain. He's got two black sources, two blue sources, and he also has a fourth land. But he's going to dig through time here as well. So this is Pete's chance. Pete has an opportunity to end this game on the spot. Obviously needs to be a Draconic Roar, because nothing else gets there, unfortunately. And we're going to see a couple of heroes downfalls, Bile Blight. There is a temple there, so there is another land. There's a couple of lands there, actually. And a blue card at the end. I think he's going to take the land for sure. But does he take two lands or just the one?
I think if you're going to take a land, you have to take the Temple of Enlightenment, because you need the white mana that doesn't cause you pain.
Yep.
If you ever draw an Ojutai. The other card you need, and I can't remember all of Raoul's hand at this point, but
It's probably going to be a Bile Blight.
yeah, I think that's probably the right one. You need some way to actually
Bit of protection.
take out any big threats.
It's just a protection measure against a haste creature. So obviously we know Pete's only on 3 lands, but strange things have happened, and right now Pete has a turn.
Yeah.
Where he can steal this game right from under Raoul's nose, because it feels like Raoul is starting to slowly, ever so slowly, pull ahead.
Oh, and here's the Thunderbreak Regent.
So he's going to put Thunderbreak Regent into play. Ashiok, thanks very much. You've done your job. Now I have a 4/4 dragon instead.
You know, 3 mana, make a Goblin Rabble Master, make a Thunderbreak Regent over 3 or 4 turns. It's not too bad. I would pay that investment.
It's a pretty good investment to have. It is a pretty good one. And let's see, Pete, what is on the top of your deck? Does it help you?
Has he already drawn? No, he hasn't drawn yet.
No. And there are 4 Draconic Roar in the deck, so there's still 2 left.
3 left, isn't there?
He's had 2, so he's going Wild Slash upstairs.
Has he already used 2?
Yeah, well.
Sure.
So he got 1 Thought Seize and he used 1 as well. Or he had 1 discarded. So we see Rattleclaw Mystic.
And unfortunately, that's not it. It's
No.
not what he needed.
I think right now you might end up morphing that Death Mist Raptor.
Almost certainly.
Because you don't really mind if it gets countered or Bile Blighted, because it's a Death Mist Raptor, and well, they're better in your graveyard.
Exactly.
They're as good in your graveyard as they are in your hand. So he's down to Raoul down to 3, and he just drew a Dismal Backwater. So that's up to 4. So that gets him out of a lot of trouble right now. And the life gain lands in the Esper deck have a huge impact that sometimes you never realise. It's going to go up to 4 life. Starting to pull itself out. Pete at 17. Thunderbreak Regent. Might not take long to end this game. And obviously the Goblin Token doing a good job of fogging a turn of morph attacks. So C3 2 mana being tapped. We're going to see a Bile Blight target. I'm imagining there's a Rattleclaw Mystic he decided to go with. So obviously running the risk of having something again in 4/5. No, he's still got 2 mana up C Jace as the follow-up. So he's now got rid of most of the burn in Pete's hand. It's obviously a good position to be in. Pete draws, is that a dragon or a Rabble Master? It's a red card of some description, it's not Draconic Roar, unfortunately, which would have been a bit of a savage rubbins at the moment.
Yeah.
So we see Goblin Rabble Master, it makes a token, obviously gets to attack. Jace, well, Jace will block it.
Jace will block it quite handily.
Pete having the small issues of not actually hitting his 4th land, and the Thunderbreak Regent is currently sitting in his hand, not really able to make an impactful indent into this game and this board state.
No, unfortunately not. Raoul does have a copy of Dig Through Time in his hand, so he might look to fire that off now.
He's got enough defense.
He does.
He's more than happy. He's got a Hero's Downfall as well for the Rabble Master. Or he could activate the Jace, have a look, flip the Jace, target the token. Means the token's a 0/1. Means he can block it with his own. And he's under no pressure. We see Silumgar drifting death.
Wow.
That is a good draw. That is a good card to have, especially at this much life. You can use it to block the Rabble Master. Rabble Master only becoming 4 power, able to trade with the Thunderbolt Regent, not Silumgar the Drifting Death, and the power of the 3/7 has been very apparent. In fact, I would probably say, and it might be very bold to say, but I would actually say that Silumgar the Drifting Death has been the dragon that has had the greatest impact in the feature match here, especially, probably more so than Ojutai. Ojutai, of course, is the name card of the deck.
Yeah.
It's the one that covers it, but Silumgar, the Drifting Death, has done a very, very good job.
Silumgar's been very good in the way that it's been able to not close the game out, but it stalls the game long enough for the Ojutais to come out and start closing the game. And that's what's incredibly important for this deck, is, again, for the Esper Dragons deck, is, you know, we do have games where, you know, they're at a bit of life. They need to stabilize. They need to get to the point where they can, you know, win, basically. And unfortunately, Silumgar does win, but it takes a lot longer. Ojutai wins a lot faster, but it's the fact that this Silumgar just gets them to that point where they can sit back with him in play. Don't really need to do anything with him. Just block.
It's a 3, and we've seen so many times on camera, someone's gone, "Oh, cast my Siege Rhino," and it's like, okay, block it with the Silumgar. Find a removal spell. Attack, languish the board, for example, we saw earlier. We saw the fantastic move of attack with my Silumgar, -1/-1 to your team, languish your board. And we see Power Blight here. Flashback with the Jace. What are we going to deal with the Rabble Master? Jace showing itself to be as useful in the control decks as it is in the Jeskai decks.
Yep. Interesting here. I would have played the Silumgar and attacked with my Thunderbreak Regent.
Because you get the trigger off of the Thunderbreak Regent. And you can also attack with the token because the Rabble Master's a 1/1.
Exactly.
And can't block at all. And you
so
still have
you
your
get in
Silumgar.
5 damage, put Pete to 7.
It's lethal
and
next
Pete
turn.
can't attack next turn. Although and then plus the Rabble Master with Jace.
And right now, unfortunately, Ra's in a place where he can't cast Hero's Downfall because of it being double black and one of them being a
He
pain land.
can
Put himself to 3.
He can put himself to 3
It's
if
a
he
very
needs
risky
to.
place
If
to
he
be.
needs to.
Yeah. Just gonna have a quick look through what was exiled for the dig through times. The ultimate price, Thought Seize, Bulb Blight, a couple of counter spells, and Raoul passes, and Pete passes the turn. Back to Raoul. So C4 being tapped 4, dig through time. 1, 2, 3, and 4 being exiled. Have a look at the top 7. Take 2 with you. Card quality is the name of the game for this Esper Dragons deck, and we've seen it all weekend, yesterday and today. That dig through time is certainly a card, whether it's in Esper Dragons or in the other deck. Esper Dragons obviously makes the most of it because the cards they are trying to get are so powerful in what they're trying to do. They're much more expensive, but they're so much more powerful. It's what control decks do. And even though it's not, we know it's not Sphinx's Revelation, but for the current decks, it's a very good, very, very good card in the deck. Especially when you can cast it for 2 mana and take 2 with you.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting here how I think Pete has stopped Roll. Oh, and there's a Draconic Roar.
With a Thunderbreak Regents as well. Ooh, Raoul down to 1.
Does he have this second Wild Slash? No. So Raoul desperately hoping for
Foul Tongue Invocation.
But unfortunately there wasn't one.
There is a Silumgar Scorn though.
There is.
And that is a good alternative.
Interestingly, if Raoul with one or two copies, two copies of Silumgar's Scorn, and one copy of Hero's Downfall in hand. So he is more than okay against anything that Pete might have. And I think right now it is.
And he still has the Silumgar in hand, in reserve
He
as well.
does.
So we're going to see a morph. I think this one might be the Death Miss Raptor.
It is.
I was going to say go. Hero's Downfall, target that morph. Oh. Death Miss Raptor into the bin. Now Ralph's seen the extra part of his deck. And we see Dragon Lord Ojutai off the top. In for 4, down to 4. Uptick, Tiger your Goblin. And he's going to pass the turn, obviously with the Scorns in hand. Not a lot that he can do. There we go. Land number 4. Many turns too late though, unfortunately, and we will soon be on to game number 2. I think Ralph says, okay, that resolves. Scorn it. So we're going to see a Roundclaw Mystic. We're going to untap. Beaten down by your own dragons. Something that unfortunately is not the most played in the world. So, collect up your cards. Game number 1 is over. Rouse Zimmerman, 1 game to the good. Stealing that one on the draw, actually. And obviously, I think the power, as people like to say, came off the back of that Languish. Able to remove the Elvish Mystic, and Pete never recovered.
Yeah, unfortunately, the fact that Pete never got off the 3 lands meant that he was able to just keep that victory. It was very close.
Sideboard is going to be very interesting.
Yes.
So, we'll start with Pete. Green Red Dragons, sideboard, 4 Roasts, 1 Plummet, 3 Xenagos the Reveler, a Rending Volley, 2 Destructive Revelry, 2 Arbor Colossus, and 2 Den Protector. Now, for me, the cards that stand out for this one are the Plummet. It's a very clean answer to a lot of the things that to the dragons that are going to be difficult to beat, because you've got to imagine that Dragon Lord Silumgar might be coming in against you. So Plummet's obviously very good, and obviously it kills Ojutai for 2 mana. You've also got 3 copies of Xenagos the Reveler, always been good against control decks.
Yep.
Pumping out a continual stream of 2/2s, and you always get 1 2/2, and hasty 2/2s as well, so you can always hit them for 2 on the turn it comes down. We have 1 Rending Volley, obviously we've seen very good against Jace, very good against Dragon Lord Ojutai, and the 2 copies of Den Protector to take us up to the full 4 Den Protector as well. Those are the cards I like bringing in. The cards I like taking out: 1 Kratos Claws, the 3 Wild Slashes, and some number of the Draconic Roars. You can probably keep a couple in because obviously there is a risk of your opponent casting a Jace, but I don't think you want the full 4. I think you want to be much more proactive, no burn, and just trying to get them with Xenagos, Den Protector, Death Wish Raptor, and then the Plummet and the Rending Volley to try and interact with Dragon Lord Ojutai. So in terms of the Esper Dragons deck, what are we looking at for them?
So he has 1 Ultimate Price, which is coming in.
Yep. Seems very good.
And Foul Tongue Invocation,
Again,
which
life
will
gain.
also be coming in for the life gain.
It's not necessarily to kill the thing you want it to, because it might just pick up an Elvish Mystic, but
Exactly.
the life gain is important.
Exactly. I could see him probably bringing in the gate.
Yep.
Just to counter the Planeswalkers. Also for the Draconic Roar. But
Mainly
at
on
the
fact
same
that
time,
we know that Green Red Dragons has a good number of Planeswalkers. Sometimes they bring in Nissa, sometimes they bring in Xenagos.
at the same time, I could see them actually staying in the board. I believe the Jaces are probably coming out. So
Yeah, no, I agree. Jace has been fantastic all weekend, but like we said when the Jeskai decks were playing against it, it doesn't feel very good against the Green Red Dragons deck.
no.
Just because it's just very slow. You're playing a 0/2 and then it could then follow up with the Thunderbreak Regent. And you just feel like you're quite far behind at that point. And when you want to Languish, it will sometimes just get picked up in the Languish. I'm not sure this is a matchup for Jace. I think you just want the more interactive cards, Foul Tongue Invocation, Ultimate Price. Dragon Lord Silumgar as well, I think is well positioned for this game, alongside Ugin the Spirit Dragon and Ashiok Nightmare Weaver. Ashiok's a very difficult card for the Dragons decks to beat. We saw that in the last game. Managed to put 2 creatures into play. And that was able to finish the game off the back of those 2 creatures. So we shall see where we go with game number 2. Players just sideboarding up. We can already see the Wild Slashes have already come out of Pete's deck. You can see them there just at the front alongside some other number of red cards. Dig through time, well, we saw its power. in that game, and the delve spells have always had a big impact, but Dig Through Time's probably had the most impact on Standard. Treasure Cruise, more of an impact on Modern and Legacy.
Yep.
But I'd say that Dig Through Time has had the greatest impact on the Standard format.
And Legacy.
Of course, the Legacy.
It has warped
Well,
Legacy quite a lot.
You're not allowed to play it in Legacy anymore. We shall see. So, on to the next game. Players are just summing up, see if they're happy with their next set of cards. So, play shuffling up. Roll Zimmerman 1 game to the good. So, quick pile shuffle, make sure it's all separated out. As we saw, Raoul took a bit of time to find land number 5, but he seemed to operate just fine on the lands he had available to him.
Yes.
So, we shall see where we go from here. Do you think it was a crucial thing that he didn't get back the land with the Den Protector?
Yes. It gave Raoul so much time. You know, Pete literally couldn't play anything important. And by the time he finally got to play something important, the game was over. So, you know, it was one of those games where if he had got back that land, then it probably would have been a completely different game.
Yeah, and one of the things you've always got to bear in mind when you play with Den Protector, it's never embarrassing Den Protectoring a land.
No.
Because sometimes you need to find them
Exactly.
to continue to play Magic. And I think that was one of the things that Pete found in that game, is that he was just too constrained on mana, not able to quite ever get to where he was wanting to be once the Elvish Mystic had left the battlefield thanks to the Languish. And we are now on to game number 2. We see Death Mist Raptor already in hand, a lot of lands in hand, and a Kratos Claw. It looks like 5 lands, Death Mist Raptor, Kratos Claw, and that one is
Send
going
that straight back.
That is a very, very slow hand. So, Raoul, happy with his 7. We weren't able to quite see it. We were very fortunate to be able to see Pete's hand slightly on the camera. And obviously, everyone else knows all she wrote. So, one of the interesting things we saw this weekend, only one deck with calls for Crucifix. So, Pete on the play, after board. I'm fairly sure he has to bring in all the extra Den Protectors. He just has to try and interact more and more and more with his opponent. So, down to 6. Again, these Red-Green Dragons decks and the Jeskai decks, they don't feel like they mulligan that badly. Like, a 6 is still... You can still see some incredible 6s. Like, imagine if his 6 is Forest, Mountain, Elvish Mystic, Goblin Rebel Master.
I mean, you snap keep
That's
that.
a 4, and you keep...
Yeah,
you've got
that's
2
4.
extra cards.
Exactly. And, you know, those blue extra cards could be something like Land Thunderbreak Region. You're laughing. You know, that is such a hard match, such a hard game to lose.
We see Kratos Claws, we see Thunderbreak Region, we see a Rattleclaw Mystic, a land...
What appears to be
might
a
only be
Rending
one
Volley?
land. It might be a Rending Volley, but is there a second land? Because there is...
I think that's a mountain.
Sure, snap keep this one. We'll soon find out as he flicks his hand around. There is 2 lands in that hand. I think that's a keeper. We have a Rattleclaw Mystic. We have 2 turns to draw a 3rd land. And we'll be away, and he's going to keep. Leads off with a mountain. Obviously wanted to try and draw as many lands as possible. We see a Temple of... Basically, same as Mirror of Game 1.
Yes.
Mountain into Temple of Deceit.
Well...
Hopefully not quite the same. We see Goblin Rabblemaster drawn for the turn. It's a very good start, and we see Wooded Foothills, Green Mana, and a Rattleclaw Mystic as well. I think he has to get the Rattleclaw Mystic going now, as it's only going to get worse. And he can't guarantee... And also, the one thing with the Esper Dragon's deck, there's a very good chance that the second land of the game comes into play tapped as well, and then he gets to land a Rabblemaster.
Exactly.
And that card's very hard to deal with.
Yeah. And, that's sort of what Pete wants to curve into. He wants to curve turn 2 Rattleclaw. I mean, if he can make a turn 3 Thunderbreak, then excellent. If not, Rabblemaster can still win the game.
Rabblemaster's a good consolation prize
for
not playing a turn 3 Thunderbreak Regent. We shall see. Obviously, Raoul left to his left at the mercy of whatever Pete plays this turn. And possibly next turn as well, because there is at least one Dismal Backwater in his hand as well. So have to see. So, turn 2. We see a Rattleclaw Mystic from Pete Ward. That's the turn back. Heroes Downfall the draw. There's already Dragonlord Silumgar in hand, and we also have a copy of Counterspell, effectively, because there is a dragon in hand.
Yes.
And we see Crater's Claws off the top, so there's no land. So I think we're going to see, unfortunately, this Goblin Rabblemaster getting countered very swiftly.
Yeah, I think you're not at all unhappy countering a Goblin Rabblemaster.
And this is one of the powers as well of the Esper Dragon deck over the blue-black control deck, is it has a lot more counterspells on turn 2.
Yes.
Obviously, we have been joined back here by our very first winner, WMCQ Mr. Law, who did win with blue-black control. He's overviewing our commentary in the game today, having judged yesterday, and I mean it's one of the significant differences that the turn 2 counterspells makes a big difference. And obviously Pete's having a bit of pause for thought. Force Spike's good. Force Spike's good, especially when you're on the draw. Especially when your opponent is missing land drops, as Pete is about to miss his 3rd land drop. The Dragon's deck has a good number of lands in it. In fact, it has 4.
It will be interesting to see if Raoul has boarded in his Drowning Sorrows, and if he has the 3rd land for it. Because if he has...
24 lands.
If he has boarded in Drowning Sorrows, there's Drowning Sorrows, I think that would be...
very difficult to beat.
Yeah.
I think this Rattleclaw Mystic, I think this counterspell's going to hit the Rabblemaster, and then I think this Rattleclaw Mystic could be biting the dust as well once Raoul realises that there is no 3rd land.
Yeah,
in Pete's
most
hand.
certainly. I think you're more than happy to kill off a Rattleclaw Mystic. Wasting a Hero's Downfall doesn't seem like much of a waste when your opponent's stuck on 2 lands at all. So, it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, so there we go. Missing the 3rd land drop. Do we have an untapped land? We see Dragonlord Ojutai, and we do. We have a Polluted Delta. Now, how aggressive does Raoul want to be with this Hero's Downfall? He's got Silumgar's Scorn in hand. Does he want to just take it out now and then try and hem him in on mana for the rest of the game and see if he doesn't draw a 3rd land? 'Cause he's missed it already, so he's obviously drawn something else that isn't able to be played.
Yeah, I mean, the power spikes of this deck are 3 mana and 4 mana. Pete doesn't have had only Rabblemaster as a 3-drop. Chances that he has a 4-drop in hand are high. Chances that he has... Okay, so Raoul deciding not to... Interesting, he decided to not kill the Rattleclaw. But it looks like it's paid off. I don't think Pete's drawn the third land again. So it looks like he's stuck on 3 mana again. I mean, if you're Raoul and... Interesting. A Deathless Raptor.
Now, this is where Pete's deck is able to start to claw its way back in.
Yeah.
He now has 5 power in play, so the Ashiok that's currently in Raoul's hand
just dies.
Is in a lot worse position, and we could be seeing Heroes Downfall here targeting the Deathless Raptor. Again, not a massive. It's not good though.
No, I think if you're Raoul and you're debating whether or not to downfall something, your downfall target is going to be this Rattleclaw Mystic.
Yeah.
Because Pete has missed his 3rd land.
Yeah.
Again.
He certainly has. He's been struggling with his land drops today in this final. Pete has hit 3 in the first and stopped, and 2 in the second and has stopped again. And he kept a 2-lander, and unfortunately hasn't paid off for him today. We we shall soon see how the rest of it goes. So we're going to see Hero's Downfall. In fact, it does take out the Rattleclaw Mystic. In the end step, we see a perilous Vault draw, the draw for Raoul as well. A fantastic draw. Best answer to Death Miss Raptor, although it takes a couple of turns. Also, he might not have the land to cast it straight away. We know he has a Dismal Backwater in hand. We believe... Oh, no, maybe he does not. Maybe he's stuck on 3 lands as well. So we're going to see 3 mana. We're going to see Ashiok Nightmare Weaver to the battlefield. Up to 5. Mill 1, Mill 2, and Mill 3. We see 3 lands again.
This is very reminiscent of game number 2.
Game 1.
Sorry, game 1. Wow.
Land, and land. 1, 2, and 3.
And, you know, fortunately Pete this time is stuck on 2 lands. But he has just drawn a forest.
So he's able to get going, and Death Miss Raptor is a good threat.
It is.
Nobody wants to kill it.
No.
But Dragonlord Silumgar is looming on the horizon, and Death Miss Raptor makes for a very nice blocker for the Esper Dragons deck.
Exactly, and, you know, for the... For Pete right now, I think you have to... Probably has to try and clear this Ashiok off the table. Unfortunately, it means probably wasting your Creator's Claws. But you have to. Yeah, there we go.
We're going to see Creator's Claw finishing off the Ashiok. Best result for Pete right now, because that Ashiok is doing a lot of work. We see another land draw. We see land number 5. Unfortunately, can't cast Ogre-Tires. None of them produce white mana yet.
Nope.
But again, 5 lands with a Perilous Vault in hand as well, plus everyone's favourite Dragonlord. And also a Silumgar Scorn as well. They just seem to always have the Silumgar Scorn. You can never quite do anything.
No. And, you know, the Esper Dragons deck right now just seems to be... It's missing white mana. He can't actually play this Ogre-Tire. But it looks like he has a Perilous Vault, so he's going to play the Perilous Vault.
Yeah, I like playing it there. His opponent's not doing a lot right now. So, Pete untaps, 3 lands in play. Land number 4 comes rolling off the top. We have another forest ready to go. So land number 4, and I've just passed the turn. In for 3. Death Miss Raptor getting to work on Raoul's life. So we see another land. This one ends the battlefield tapped. We're going to have Dragonlord Silumgar soon as well. So another draw for Pete. In Perilous Vault, it's one of those cards that Raoul will probably quite happily let this Death Miss Raptor attack for a few turns.
Yeah.
You know, he's not sculpt his hand.
He's not really in any danger of losing right now. He's at 13.
He's got Counterspell.
He's got
Dragonlord Ogre-Tire.
Dragonlord Ogre-Tire. Dragonlord Silumgar.
That's a lot of dragons.
Exactly, and
very good position to be
there
in.
we go. Crack the vault now.
Get rid of it now, because then we can untap. And well, Dragonlord Silumgar is probably good enough just on its own. But
yeah.
We see Foul Tongue Invocation drawn as well, and I think we'll just see him passing the turn again. Hold up Counterspell. Well, hold up Silumgar Scorn, which in this board is effectively Counterspell, and of course Foul Tongue Invocation. The 2 powerful cards from Dragons of Tarkir, certainly making their presence known in this tournament. Dragons have certainly been a good theme today.
Definitely, and I mean it depends what Pete plays. So obviously, if Pete decides to play something like a Storm Breath, I could actually see Raoul just saying, "Sure, take the damage, steal it." Then all of a sudden, Pete has to deal with this Storm Breath, and
the
or the Dragonlord Silumgar, whichever one he's doing, he deals with.
We've got another Death Miss Raptor,
right,
in hand, and a Kratos Claws as well. So the question is, the problem is he's stuck on land slightly. So we're going to see him morph this Death Miss Raptor, and I like this a lot because if he gets countered, well, it's not a bad thing. And this is one of the reasons I like Deathmist Raptor at the moment. Although it's not paired off for Pete very well, he's got unlucky with his land draws. Deathmist Raptor's a real problem because if he draws a 5th land and he gets to untap with 5 lands, obviously it's now going to be stolen. But if he can ever put himself in a position where he can have that morph killed or whatever, it's really good for him.
Yep. Pete, I think, is looking at
the Rending Volley.
Unfortunately, it doesn't kill.
No, but a land would. If he draws some red mana, he can Kratos Claw and Rending Volley and get back his Deathmist Raptor. But so Dragonlord Silumgar, obviously when it was released, it looked really good when it was released, and it's more been relegated to sideboards, but it's still a very impactful sideboard card. Take a creature.
Or a Planeswalker.
And that's the important thing. You get to see them like taking your opponent's blade, like our Star City games last weekend. Gerard Fabiano stealing Ross Merriam's Ajani and then ultimating for him, just because he needed 100 extra life before he
I mean, why not?
With a Dragonlord Silumgar. And it's a shame that it hasn't seen more main deck play. It might see more post rotation when we get rid of a lot of the cards from of like Heroes Downfall and stuff. Obviously we get Ruinous Path coming in, but we also lose. The main thing is lose Elspeth.
We do.
But we lose Heroes Downfall, and obviously Heroes Downfall's the big problem for Dragonlord Silumgar. And well, hopefully it'd be nice to see Dragonlord Silumgar get a bit more play. The card's very powerful.
It is, and you know, it's one of those cards that's so. You know, the problem with it at the moment is just the Hero's Downfall. It allows such a blowout for the against it. You know, you can steal their creature, and then when they're not expecting it, suddenly you kill their creature. And you know, but here we see Raoul just getting on the beatdown plan.
And Pete's deck does struggle against Dragonlord Silumgar, and we have found a mountain. Unfortunately, it was a turn late. But we can start to play, like, the thing is there's a Foul Tongue Invocation and a Silumgar Scorn as well, and having both the Scorn's probably more of a problem than the Foul Tongue Invocation, because obviously Foul Tongue Invocation can't stop you burning out your opponent's Dragonlord Silumgar at the same time. Now, one of the very interesting things that I noticed also today for a card that's quite good against the Dragon deck. One card I've also noticed that wasn't necessarily present today that's good against the Dragon deck was there was a certain distinct lack in the red decks of Outpost Sieges and Chandras. Those cards that allow you to get that card advantage up with the Esper Dragon deck and just keep going. Outpost Siege, a fantastic card because it just goes, oh, okay, then that's really nice. And wow, Brawl lets the Kratos Claws resolve.
Probably wasn't expecting the
Rending Volley. And Rending Volley has the wonderful keyword of this cannot be countered. And obviously, we'll pull it up on the screen for those of you who have seen it. It's the one red instant, cannot be countered by spells or abilities, and Dragonlord Silumgar goes, and well, back comes the Deathmist Raptor. Back into play.
It can't actually attack.
It's come back tapped because it was already tapped after attacking.
That's why, yeah. And
we'll soon see the Raoul getting the turn back with a Dragonlord still in hand. Unfortunately, can't cast that one. But now Raoul knows that is a Deathmist Raptor. He's got a very awkward card in his hand of the Foul Tongue Invocation, and he just passes the turn back, draws and passes back, and we see Den Protector the draw. Now, unfortunately, as we know, there is a Silumgar Scorn, but right now, Pete could just attack and say go. And just start beating down with this. Obviously, it's 4 power if he flips it and stuff like that, but 5 mana to flip. He could attack, say go, and then unmorph it at the end of Raoul's turn. Say sure, here's my 4/4 Death Touch Man. Let's start attacking with it again, and then he gets to hopefully see if Raoul does anything in combat. So Raoul down to 12. He's got quite a hand at the moment. He has already used his Perilous Vault as well. So we're going to see Thunderbreak Regent the follow up, and Silumgar Scorn could come in quite useful here, but he's decided no, I'm going to let that resolve. We see another Foul Tongue Invocation appear. 3, 4. Do we have a Languish? We have Languish. And we have mana up as well to protect it against a Den Protector follow-up. So, Deathmist Raptor, Thunderbreak Regent hit the bin. Pete untapped. We see a Den Protector in hand. We see a land drawn as well. So now he's starting to hit his lands in clumps. But he's got enough spells in hand that he should be able to work with, hopefully. We'll see a Scryland come into play. See what the look at the top of his library is, and proceed accordingly from there.
Got another Thunderbreak Regent.
which is interesting. So that's
I
fine.
think you let that resolve.
And then get it with the foul tongue.
Then get it with the foul tongue, gain 4.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Put him back up 16, and gaining 4 is quite important right now. There's a lot of life. There's a lot of damage that can be about by the Dragon's deck, and he's going to foul tongue, revealing this Dragon Lord Ojutai. Game 4. Thanks very much. And doesn't target, so doesn't lose 3 life either. Just straight game 4 life, back to 16. And we'll soon be able to untap, and the Esper Dragon's deck starting to get back on top. We have drawn a Dissolve as well, and Raul just now needs to find either a draw spell or something to cast this Dragon Lord with, and he has, I believe, 2 Dragon Lord Ojutais in hand still. So he's setting his hand, he's setting up his shop to move forward from there. So back to Pete. So 3 mana. See a Den Protector. I imagine it's a Den Protector, but we can see Dissolve anyway. I don't think Raul wants to take the risk. He's getting again at a Scry, and also the fact he does have something else in hand. And yeah, it was a Den Protector, so a very good up there. And Languish again, taking the winds out the sails of the aggressive decks, as it has done all weekend.
Indeed, and you know Raul at such a commanding position right now. You know, Pete doesn't have much in hand anymore. Whereas Raul just has so many cards in hand.
He's not run out of options yet.
No, you know, he is easily able to win if he needs to. You know, he just needs, and there it is. There's the dig through time.
And that's what he was looking for.
He was looking for that Caves of Koilos, or that, you know, he was looking for that white mana, the Caves of Koilos, the Temple of Enlightenment, whichever one. He's not fussy, he just needed one of them. And now that he's found it, he is on his way to drawing.
We've signed a Haven as well. And I mean, we're not going to say that the writing is on the wall, but it's looking grim for Pete Ward. It's not in a positive place at the moment. And Esper Dragons, you can push it as far away from, as far to the edge as you want. Still keeps coming and coming and coming. And we see Silumgar's Scorn dealing with another morph. Dragon Lord Ojutai, it doesn't really matter what this morph is, it's a Rattleclaw Mystic. Raul just wants to keep the entire board clear, not give his opponent any chance and any way of any sort of coming back. So he draws another Rattleclaw Mystic. So he's not out of it yet. There are a couple. There's at least one Death Mist Structure in that graveyard.
Yeah.
And it's another way. And he does have a Kratos Claws as well. So we're going to see another morph come down. Is that another counterspell? There is a Foul Tongue Invocation, but then again, that's not a problem for Rattleclaw Mystic. It will happily take that. Take one for the team.
Definitely. And you know, we are looking at Pete just having a lot, Raul having a lot of answers to deal with Pete's board right now. You know, sure, he can get back his Death Mist Raptor, but 3 damage a turn is not 5 damage a turn at all. No. And that Kratos Claws in Pete's hand might be able to take out this Ojutai. But, you know, he still has a draw. He might be able to find...
You see Foul Tongue Invocation. Obviously with the dragon. He's going to have a quick look what's in his graveyard. See if he can work out what he's got to play around still, as we see. We move towards the closing stages of this final match of this year's WMCQ. Claw Mystic turns face up. We've got one Death Wish Raptor. Going to bring it into play face down. Very interesting. And then he's going to sacrifice the Rattle Claw Mystic to Foul Tongue Invocation. So.
Wow. There's an Ugin in Raoul's hand.
Oh wow! just for the final rubbins. And he is up at 20 as well. Oh wow! So we see another Silumgar Scorn, double Drown in Sorrow. So he did bring the drowns in.
Yep.
So didn't have them early enough, and now we're just going to see him go. I'm just going to content to just take the counter spell. I've got to dig through time, and I'll just slowly finish you off with this Dragon Lord Ojutai. That's the turn.
You say slowly.
Well, 2 more turns. Dragon Lord Ojutai does not take long to finish games.
Not at all.
So. Pete looking at his hand, looking at that Kratos Claws in hand, as hoping it's going to do something. But Raoul has drawn a lot of cards now. Kratos Claw is only one. There are a lot of spells. So draw for the turn. That is, I believe, a Thunderbreak Regent.
Unfortunately, that doesn't get the job done.
No, but it would be a test spell. It's an interest test spell. Although Raoul being at 20 life, the Kratos Claw is not going to be for 20 at the moment, unfortunately. So Pete will play it out until the very end.
Yep.
You're in a final. It's not like you can go and have another go. Might as well make the most of it for the entire time you're here. So, in for 2. So, 4 mana, Thunderbreak Regent, the test spell. See if he can get it through. There is at least one Scorn in there, and well, Raoul's got a lot of cards in hand. So, 2. So 2 mana, dig through time, exile in his graveyard. Don't need any more of that. We see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and take the Silumgar Scorn. Seems like a good place to start.
Yep.
And probably maybe the Crux of Fate, just as a fallback plan in case P is able to find some way of getting back out of this. I mean, in fact, someone correctly pointed out that he did actually only take 2. He only picked up 7. He picked up 6. Should have been 7. So he just gets to draw the extra 1, put it in the group, and I think that might have been an ultimate price as well. It's another clean answer to the Thunderbreak Regent, in case it's needed. So yeah, Raoul will be down to a bit less life, but he's still going to be at 15, which is a lot of life, even against the Kratos Claws. And with a 2-turn clock from the Ojutai, so it's to be. And I think removing the Thunderbreak Regent now is a good place to start. You get to do it in your end step. In your opponent's end step, you get to untap with all your mana open. Proceed accordingly from there. So, ultimate price, targeting the Thunderbreak Regent. Take 3. Thunderbreak Regent has this wonderful extra word of text whenever it's targeted by a spell or ability. And do it from
your opponent's control.
Yeah. Dragons, your opponent's control. There's any dragons as well. So even if it hits Stormbreath Dragon, as long as you have a Thunderbreak Regent in play, it's able to remove it from the game. And obviously taking 3, and we see Ojutai in. Pete down to 4. 1 turn away. Anticipate 1, 2, and 3. We see Drown in Sorrow, Hero's Downfall, and Languish. And I think we're just going to take the downfall. Bit of protection in case Pete finds anything, but I don't think there's much you can find right now.
Unfortunately,
that covers the Stormbreath Dragon as an out. see, wow, double Silumgar Scorn, Hero's Downfall. I think Pete can feel that this one is almost locked up as well.
Yeah. I think...
And Hugin as well. That is a hand. Double Downfall, double Scorn, Hugin. Doesn't matter what the rest of the hand is. That's certainly a hand to end the game.
And an Ojutai.
And an Ojutai, just in case you need that one as well. And Pete, unfortunately, game 1 was very close. Just needed to find his fourth land earlier. In this game, just stumbled on 2 lands for too long. And now just drawn a few too many all at the same time. And maybe if he finds these lands in a bit of a better order, he's able to put too much pressure for Raul to do this. Because Raul's hand was very slow.
Yeah.
It was a very slow draw. And didn't particularly do a lot. We see Den Protector off the top. Unfortunately...
Not enough.
Well, he does have Rending Volley in the graveyard. So it gives him an out. It gives him a turn. But then another Ojutai will follow that one down as well. And one of the powerful things about Rending Volley, well, the Den Protector probably won't resolve. I don't think anything's going to resolve from now on.
Fortunately
so we're going to attack. Down to Raul down to 13. Pete, gamely, carrying on, making the most of his time under the camera again. He's managed to be in the feature match all through this top 8. And unfortunately at the last, not quite able to get there. So we see 3 mana being trapped, we see a Morph, we're going to see Silumgar Scorn, countering the Den Protector. Rattleclaw, the Death Mist Raptor still in play, not quite able to get there. You see Krasis Claws in hand, unfortunately not able to do enough with the mana available. So untap with the Dragon Lord Ojutai, draw for the turn. So Caves of Koilos, quick flick through the hand, play the Caves, in with Dragon Lord Ojutai, and we see the handshake. Raul Zimmerman wins WMCQ
London,
well, hosted by Darksphere here at the Millennium Gloucester Hotel. Congratulations to Raul Zimmerman. Esper Dragons.
Yes, commiserations to Pete Ward.
Played very well.
Played very well throughout the top 8, but unfortunately, the last 2 games he stumbled on lands.
Yeah, and the difference between the Esper Dragons deck and the blue-black deck is that the Esper Dragon deck can punish that sort of thing.
Yep.
So, congratulations and commiserations at the same time. What we're going to do, we're going to quickly bring it back to the booth. We'll let the players shuffle their cards up. Oh, get with the right button. So obviously, we saw 2 very good games. Obviously, game 1 was very close. Game 1 was a lot close. But even then, it was at a point where Pete was never out of it.
No.
He was just behind.
He was, yes.
He never. It was never a point where he couldn't win. It was just, unfortunately, Raul had a few too many good answers for what Pete was trying to do. So, welcome back to the booth. John Partridge, Shay Holland. Finals are done. 3rd WMCQ complete. Raul Zimmerman, Tom Law, Karan Patel joined Fabrizio Anteri at this year's World Magic Cup. Certainly very interesting.
Yes.
A lot of players here were there. 188 players, and Raul Zimmerman the man to stand on top. Certainly a lot of interesting decks. We saw the metagame breakdown.
Yep.
26 copies of Abzan Aggro. 24 copies of Abzan Control. 16 mono red. And then I think there were 14 Jeskai, 13 Esper Dragons, or some number around that. And that just shows you how popular Abzan was. And unfortunately, it just wasn't able to get there. Esper Dragons, as we saw in camera round 2 and 3, just completely doing a number on the Abzan Aggro decks. In fact, Raul Zimmerman had to go through an Abzan Aggro deck to get to the semi-finals. And we saw him manage to get past Sam Statton and his Jeskai mid-range deck. So, what's going to happen now? They're going to announce the winner outside behind us. We're going to go join them out there. And then what we're going to do, we're going to get Raul in for a quick interview.
Yep.
Going to have an ask of him, congratulate him obviously on that. It'll be one of the 2 of us. We haven't decided. We'll probably have a thumb war for who does the interview with Raul. And then we're going to be back, and we're going to do some modern. We have a GPT running behind us. I think they're in round 3, so we will hopefully join them for round 4.
I think they're probably going into round 4 now.
So we'll probably join them for round 4 or 5. We might jump in halfway through. We'll have to see what time we finish with the interview and obviously with the ceremony. Hopefully you'll all join us for that. I'm looking forward to doing it over modern.
Yes.
12 matches of standard. It certainly does a number on you when you have to see so many copies of Esper Dragons in the room. And unfortunately Esper Dragons at the end of the day are able to get the job done. Hopefully you'll join us very shortly for the interview, and then after that for modern action from the GPT here from the Millennium Gloucester Hotel, hosted by Darksphere. Hopefully you'll join us there. Jonathan Partridge, Shay Holland, signing off for the moment.
Our world is a place of beauty and danger. It is equal parts adventure and disaster. It is Zendikar, our home. And it is under siege. Monsters have emerged everywhere. Some say they have been here all along, trapped. But I say they are not of this world. And it is we who are trapped. They are spreading across Zendikar, killing and consuming. Left unchallenged, they will leave our home a wasteland. But Zendikar has its defenders, heroes who fight to save this world from the forces that threaten to destroy it. We all must find strength in one another. Only then can Zendikar be saved. Now is the time to face this alien threat, to take a stand, to battle for Zendikar.
So, welcome back all to the studio booth. I'm John Partridge, I'm here with Raoul Zimmerman. Congratulations, sir, on your victory.
Thank you very much.
Over Pete Ward in the final of the WMCQ. How does it feel to know that you're going to be on your way to the World Magic Cup with Team England?
It's amazing. I mean, yeah, it's something I've wanted for a while now. It's like, yeah, it's great. Fabrizio, I know pretty well, and yeah, he's a great guy to hang out with, and it's great to be on his team. He's amazing at Magic, so hopefully we can do something there. And it's just like the tournament itself is in my opinion the most interesting and fun tournament in competitive Magic, so I'm really glad to be part of it.
It'll certainly be something very good to watch. So obviously when we did the quick interview yesterday, you felt pretty confident about the top 8. You felt you had a reasonably good line. You had to get past the difficult Abs and aggro deck.
Yeah.
Then how did you feel once you got past the quarterfinal? Did you, when you sat down against Sam, did you feel that you had a good position to go to get to the final, or were you still sort of crossing your fingers that you could have a good set of draws to get there?
I didn't feel massively super confident. I know that the matchup against Jessica is close, and they have draws which just beat you, as you could see in game 2, where he mulliganed to like 6 and then completely crushed me with his Rebel Master. I was like,
yeah, no,
okay,
Rebel
I
Master
guess I'm dead. Yeah.
Rebel Master is still a good spell against control.
Yeah.
And you'll never get rid of that one.
And I honestly wasn't sure about, like, I didn't really consider the other bracket because it could be any of the 4 decks, and I think the one that came out was probably toughest for me. But
it seemed
in that match, I got fortunate the way he drew. Like, it made it a lot easier to play around his stuff than.
Okay. Yeah, being stuck on mana did help a little bit, I guess. No.
Certainly.
So, obviously you're on your way there, and obviously rotation's about to happen. Are you happy with the choice you made for the weekend, and who was it who pushed you in that direction of playing Esper Dragons?
I'm super happy with the deck I chose. I think it was very good for this particular weekend. Who pushed me in the direction? I didn't have much time. So last week I was trying to pick up a standard deck, and Jeskai looked kind of cool and interesting, and Jace's new card that adds to the deck. So I picked that up initially, and then at some point I honestly can't really quite remember when it. But it's sort of like I was talking to some people in Cambridge, and it dawned on me, and maybe from a conversation I don't remember now, like I don't want, maybe somebody mentioned Esper Dragons or whatever, and I was like, well, yeah, that actually kind of makes sense, because as I said yesterday, it's really good against Hangerback Walker, because you have Silumgar the Drifting Death who takes that out. It's good against Elspeth. I expected, if people did what they normally do, which is go like for mid-range / control decks, then I felt that Esper Dragons was very well positioned against all these Abzan decks which were running Elspeth and a fairly slow clock, and it turned out that way.
Did you play much Abzan going up to the top 8?
Not that much, actually. I think twice.
Okay, so not as much. I mean, there was a lot of Abzan in the room, so it's quite interesting that people didn't always actually run into it.
No, I played it twice, I think, in the Swiss out of the 6 matches I played, and then
Okay, so not too much then. So I'm not going to ask you too much about your standard deck, because as we know, rotation's happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you looking forward to rotation? Is there anything that's caught your eye, particularly from the new set, that makes you think, oh, that'd be cool to try and build something around, or a deck idea that you've had, or are you just leaving it for the pros to deal with, and then you'll pick it up from there?
Yeah, kind
whatever
of. I mean,
Fabrizio tells you to play.
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't know. I have not actually checked the full spoiler, so I don't have that much insight. I saw somebody, Matt, actually, level 3 judge from Cambridge. He showed me like Escape Shift deck, which I've heard talk about here as well with what's it called?
Excellent. Bring to Light.
5 mana. Yeah, Bring to Light. There you go. 5 mana.
It is the true way for Escape Shift players to win.
Which honestly, I mean, I wouldn't mind trying that out. It does, like, if you have a one card win combo, then
you just need
playing more of that card seems good. And
you have enough dual lands, you can play a swamp without too much problem.
Yeah,
and you don't feel too bad about doing that.
It's a bit awkward, but it's a cost you're probably able to pay for the fact that you gain more escape shifts, and also after boarding, like, you can board in all these insane sorceries instance, and then you just play that, like, and they go like, okay, well, what's gonna come out now? But then you play whatever, Creeping Corrosion, Slaughter Games, and
you play black, you get to play Slaughter Games. That's always good. Get rid of your opponents.
Like, whatever. I mean, that's certainly interesting, and for modern, definitely. That's something I would be interested in trying out. For standard, I don't really have.
Are you just going to wait and see what happens over the first few weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I need to look at the cards, and then we'll see what happens. Yeah, I guess Esper Dragons keeps some of its stuff, loses some stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, it loses the temples, which might be a big loss.
Yeah, it loses temples, which is definitely big. It loses Hero's Downfall, which is also pretty huge.
You get a worse replacement.
You get, like, sorcery, but I don't know.
Which is like new counterspell, Dissolve going away, but you still got Silumgar's Scorn.
You still have Scorn. You have the Awaken counterspell, which is like
seems really
probably good. Okay.
Well, it seems good in your deck when you get into as much mana as
you have.
Like, exactly. You can make another threat. never know.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, sometimes it's hard to, even later game to tap out that far because then they might do something else if they've got some cards in hand. But yeah, sure. Like, there are certainly games where you just go, okay, I'll counter your thing, make a 4/4. That's certainly fine. And it's like, to compare that to Scry 1, I mean, I guess equally good, maybe. I don't know.
We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah,
we'll see what the
exactly.
format brings. If it slows down, then it's good. If it speeds up, then it's probably not as helpful having the Awaken ability. But
Probably not, yes.
you don't have to worry about that for the moment.
Not
You've
right now, no.
qualified as the 4th member of Team England for the World Magic Cup. Congratulations. We will be looking forward to
you very
seeing
much.
you at the event, and
Thank you.
hopefully you do well. Jonathan Partridge, Raoul Zimmerman, congratulations on winning the WMCQ here. Signing off from the World Magic Cup. We will be back very shortly with the modern coverage for the GPT. Thank you very much for watching. We will see you soon.